Right.
All right. Can you hear me all right? Okay, good morning. I will call to order the November 9th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Here.
Supervisor Williams,
Here.
Supervisor Hart,
Here.
Supervisor Hartman,
Here.
and Chair Nelson.
Here. At this time, please stand and join us in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the November 2nd, 2021 meeting. Can I get a motion?
Move approval.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Nelson and members of the board. Yes, I just have a couple quick announcements this morning. Chair Nelson and members of the board, I just have a couple quick announcements this morning. As the board is aware, an item may be added to the agenda after the agenda has been posted and within 72 hours of the hearing due to an emergency situation as defined by Government Code Section 54956.5 and upon a determination by a 4/5 vote of the board. Please note the clerk of the board has posted, distributed, and made available to the public a written statement and associated materials stating the facts upon which it can be determined that the need to take action arose after the agenda was posted for an ex-agenda request from Public Works, Board of Directors, and the Water Agency. It is to consider recommendations regarding a resolution to accept small community drought relief program grant funds, and this is in the 4th district. Prior to the board taking any action on this item, a motion stating that the need to take action arose after the agenda was posted is required. And additionally, Chair Nelson and members of the board just have a couple other quick announcements. I would like to remind the public that the Board of Supervisors meetings are being interpreted and broadcast live in Spanish. We are broadcasting our meetings in Spanish both for Cox Cable subscribers in South County as well as Comcast Cable subscribers in North County. Members of the public can now view our meetings in Spanish by turning on the secondary audio programming, also known as SAP or SAP, under their language settings. Lastly, I would like to remind the public who are participating in our meeting today of the board's updated methods of public participation. For the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Members of the public can attend meetings in person in both the Santa Barbara Hearing Room chambers as well as the Santa Maria Board Hearing Room chambers. Please note on October 5th, 2021, an additional county health officer order went into effect requiring indoor mask usage for everyone over 2 years of age, regardless of vaccination status. If you attend the board meeting in person, you will be required to wear a face covering or mask at all times, regardless of vaccination status. Information regarding how to properly wear a mask has been posted throughout both locations. As a friendly reminder, masks should cover your nose and mouth. Wear the mask from the bridge of your nose to all the way under your chin. Tighten any loops or ties so the mask is snug. If you do not have a mask that fits properly, we can provide you with one. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. After registering, you will receive a confirmation email containing important information about joining the virtual meeting. Once the chair has announced the item you want to comment on, please join the meeting with the information provided in the registration email. You'll be placed on mute until it is your turn to speak. The clerk will call you by name, and when removed from mute, you will hear a notification that your line has been unmuted. If you're using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each person may address the board for up to 3 minutes, and this is at the discretion of the chair. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go ahead and take that next agenda item at the conclusion of the administrative agenda. CO, the next item of business is the County Executive Officer's Report. CO Miyasato, do you have anything to report today?
No reports this morning, Chair.
All right. The next item is approval of the administrative agenda. Do any board members have items they wish to pull? Do we, Madam Clerk, do we have any that from the public?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have a request to speak on administrative item number 7 this morning.
Then I'd also like to pull administrative item number 6. Anything else? All right, can we get a motion to the approval of the balance of the administrative item, excuse me, the administrative agenda?
So moved.
All right, just for clarification, that's all administrative items except A5 and A6. Or sorry, A6 and A7.
Correct, Chair Nelson. That is all administrative items except for A6, A7, and the X agenda item request.
All right, thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, let's go ahead and take these in order. Will you read item A6 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 6 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding a new countywide policy entitled Naming County Assets.
All right, so I pulled this item. I'm definitely supporting it. I think it's a great policy, and I wanted to give a kudos to staff for developing it. I think it is thoughtful in the way that it goes about naming our county buildings, especially with the unanimous support of the board under certain circumstances. I like to move it and see it move forward today. One item that I thought might be important for staff to look at moving forward is maybe an unnaming policy. I know we live in a time where things come up, and maybe there's a process that we can go through, especially when emotions are high. I realize in this policy that typically we want to wait for up to a year after somebody's passed away to name something, to make sure that that time has gone by. It's still appropriate. I think the same should be true as we maybe visit rethinking some of our naming in the future. So just wanted to maybe provide that thought and direction to staff to consider that in the future. But I like to see us move this item forward.
Chair Nelson, we'd appreciate it if you'd like us to look at an unnaming policy. We could amend this and come back to the board. We'd appreciate it if you could put that in the motion for this approval. And just for the board's awareness, we did submit a memo last night. There was a phrase that dropped off in our board letter and in the policy on number 6, where it talked about deceased individuals and allows the board to make exceptions with unanimous approval by the Board of Supervisors.
Right. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I think that often it is a good time to, or a good thing to pause before you take actions. However, since there is no statutory way for us to limit the discretion of a future board, I think simply saying that it's a good general rule is just as effective as establishing a policy in this regard. So I guess I'd rather not have a policy, because I'm not going to say to a constituent, well, I can't do it because we have this policy, when I really can't. And we cannot bind the hands of a future board, even if that future board happens to be us.
Well, I appreciate that, but also this whole naming policy is something that is subject to any three of us at any given time. So the policy itself already kind of breaks the tie in the hands of future boards. I just, I think what the issue is that when these things come up, it's good for us to direct our constituents and staff towards something. Obviously, we've got a lot of liberty here as board members. We do live in a time where things are heightened, and you see certain monuments and naming change as new information comes up. So I think it's important for us to maybe put something in place, or at least ask staff to do that moving forward. So that's where I'm coming from on it. Supervisor Hartman and then Supervisor Williams.
Well, I very much favor the policy for naming. I think it gives us a structured way to think about it. And if situation calls for it, a unanimous vote would allow us to override the policy. So that makes a lot of sense to me. The unnaming policy, I appreciate that you've raised it. It seems to me that it raises many, many issues. And I don't know, it hasn't really come up for us yet. I'm just wondering if we're borrowing trouble, if we really need that at this time. It's, I'm willing to consider it. I just wonder how much time it would take staff and how many speculative things they would have to run through scenarios in their mind and whether it's really worth it. I mean, I think it's a good thing to raise it, but do we really need it now? I'm not sure.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I think that Supervisor Hartman points out something that I will be more explicit. I think this is just going to be interpreted as us taking a stand in the culture wars that is not necessary at this time. And I understand why you want to do it. I actually agree that sometimes, even with good intentions, people go too far. I would say, for instance, the renaming in San Francisco schools is a primary example of going too far, where you might actually lose the history of why oppression and why matters, right? Just by getting rid of the murals or getting rid of other things. But I guess I'm not interested in taking a foray into the culture wars without something at stake.
Yeah, my purpose was actually to avoid the culture wars. And so that was exactly my purpose, but I'm fine moving on from it. I do support this naming policy. If it opens up another can that we don't want to, I'm fine with that. I'm willing to accept the wisdom of my colleagues on that and just approve this item. So can I get a motion? Or Supervisor Avenue?
I'll make that motion. I appreciate what you were trying to do, because to avoid controversy, the time to talk about it is when there really isn't one in front of us. But this thing's so heightened that I don't think you can talk about it without creating its own controversy. So I'll go ahead and move the item as it is.
Second.
All right, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Clerk, can you read item A7 to the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 7 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding an amendment to Chapter 50 of the County Code, licensing of commercial cannabis operations, and this is a second reading. And Chair Nelson, members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak on this item here in Santa Maria.
All right.
And we will begin with David Cross, to be followed by Joe Goldberg. David?
Thank you and good morning. I'm Dave Cross and I'm assisting Lily's Green Garden with their land use process. Lily's Green Garden is a cannabis operation located between Santa Maria and Guadalupe in Ag 2 zoning, far from residential zones and far from public highways. It's a discretionary project that requires planning commission approval. The project was submitted in 2018. For the first 2 years, they were continually advised that the planning commission hearing was right around the corner. And meanwhile, other projects, probably because they were easier to process and non-discretionary, were given priority and approved. This year, with changes and more requirements, the operation is working to comply to continue through the process. But what has happened is the project was essentially denied because it was not processed to the planning commission before the cap was put in place. The applicant never had their day, even though the application was submitted before caps and other regulations were in place and before many other cannabis applications were submitted. So that's not fair to the applicant, who had a reasonable expectation of a PC decision. Every time that they've had a state inspection and audit, they have passed with flying colors. Keep in mind also, the county has set aside funds to assist small businesses to stay open during COVID and to keep their people employed. Here's an already going operation with 150 employees who rely on their income with their families. Now, if something doesn't change, they're in the queue to be shut down. We don't want that to happen. Lily's plans on continuing through the process they started nearly 3 years ago.
So what we're asking today is that you consider December 2022 as a sunset date rather than the proposed June date. Lily's has licenses that will be valid through December, and the extra time allows them to continue the process and find a way to stay in business. This will also keep their workforce employed. I don't know about the other projects that do not yet have the entitlement and whether they've given up going through the land use process. But this operation has not and never has given up on going through that process. So your consideration for that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Cross.
We'll now go to our second speaker, Joe Goldberg, who is our final speaker on this item. Joe?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you ever thought about why there's virtually no flower growers left in Santa Barbara County? That they've all transitioned to cannabis, myself being one of them. And the pure word in a single word is economics. The flower business no longer sustains these farms. And if you ask the many growers who are generational grower, I'm a third generation flower grower who has transitioned. And it's all because we love what we do. Agriculture's in our blood. And we saw the opportunity with the cannabis to transition to keep these farms going. And it's not only for me, it's for my children, my grandchildren, for the 150 families that depend on us, who we employ, sometimes up to 200. And yet this hasn't come without its challenges. And the big challenge has been this permit process. And we are good players. We abide by the rules. We've done everything we're supposed to do, everything we've asked to do. And yet we're on the outside looking in all of a sudden. And it's certainly not fair to us. And speaking of economics, I will let you know that our company alone over that past 18 months has paid more than $1 million in taxes to this county. And we have jumped through all the hoops, and we want to continue our business. We want to continue employing our people. I mean, I'm not ready to quit. My children aren't ready to quit. Our employees aren't ready to quit. We transitioned out of the flower business because we were essentially forced to. I mean, I never dreamed growing up and planting roses and carnations and daisies that I would be a cannabis grower. Never dreamed of it. And I'm sure if you ask any other flower grower, they're going to tell you the same thing. But here we are. And it's our livelihood. This is how we support our families and our employees' families. And again, as Mr. Cross stated, I ask you to move this date forward to give us the opportunity to work with the planning department and get this permit process completed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was our final speaker on this item.
All right. Okay. All right. So we need a motion on this item or any discussion on this item? Supervisor Lavanio?
Thank you. So, and I understand the plight of this particular case. It's a very difficult piece of property. It's been very complex, and I don't think it was any fault of the grower. It's just a long process they were going through. It's just, for a number of reasons. There's many different reasons why this project took a long time. But I do have a meeting with planning and development to kind of go over the timeline and those types of things. And I've invited the grower in, and they're going to be sitting down with P&D this week. You know, as far as the date goes, I'm just curious if, well, you know, first off, I want to thank the board for moving the date to June of 2022. I think that's very important. And this is, you know, this was a new request. Even if this, I guess this question for council, if we go ahead and continue with the way that the way that we already decided, It's still it's just an action of the board. If we got closer to June and there is somebody that is in that process, that date can always be looked at that time.
Supervisor Lavanino, yes, that's correct. We would make an amendment today, but your board has discretion to make further amendments in the future.
Well, I think that's honestly, that's the position I'm in. I want to hear what planning and development has to say. I mean, I don't want to sit here. I guess I could go through the exercise of making the motion and then, I mean, I was the one that wanted to move the date and I appreciate the fact that it got moved. Unfortunately, I don't know who those other 6 are in this situation. So before I did something like that, I'd want to talk to P&D to find out what's happening with the other 5. So, you know, I want to see what happens in that meeting. And I think we can go from there. Like council's telling us, you know, that date is discretionary on this board at any time. So my advice to the applicant would be to continue with the process. You know, I will continue to assist as I can, setting up meetings with planning and development. And we'll try to work as diligently as we can. I think there's going to be some answers this week by dealing with this, by sitting down and trying to hammer out the timeline. So that would be my path forward.
So at this time, we'll take a motion
Yeah.
potentially. Well, I see Supervisor Williams. Did you want to make
Well,
further comment?
I'm fine with him making a motion. I just wanted to ask, refresh my memory, the rule would on the Carpinteria cap would be after the cap has been exceeded, it would be another 120 days for non-conforming. Is that, because we talked so much about the inland last time, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. So there's a question to council.
Supervisor Williams, let me just take a minute to look at the language.
And then I'll just make a comment about the cap. You know, I was interviewed about by someone yesterday that, you know, was characterizing the cap as a mess. They were obviously coming from an industry perspective, and I wanted to just address, this has been, I think, very necessary in order to make sure the public knows that we are trying to balance things. Now, that's the advantage of the cap is public confidence. The disadvantage of the cap is that a cap inherently is a scythe that cuts down the righteous as much as the wicked. It does not sort of differentiate people. And, you know, because of that, I understand that there are problems that are inherent in it. And I think that one of the things we need to wrestle with, of course, is how well are the ones that we've approved working, and let that govern what we're thinking about in the far future.
All right. My understanding is we have Ms. Heaton in the Santa Barbara hearing room to respond to the earlier question.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams, through the chair. The June 30 date, 2022, actually would apply to both areas, the inland area as well as Carpinteria. And we've been told that planning believes that the Carpinteria cap will be reached sometime in the first quarter of 2022. And so the timing was such that we applied the June 30 date across the board.
Supervisor Williams.
So if we reach a cap in April, then we would have a termination of non-conforming June 1st. That's kind of counterintuitive to me. We're giving inland 6 months and we're giving Carpinteria 2.5 or 3 months.
Supervisor Williams, and I mean, we're giving Carpinteria the same amount of time. We're telling them now that legal non-conforming operators would have to cease June 30, 2022. I mean, I understand if they're in the cap versus not being in the cap. I guess that's the difference. But I guess this is a communication to all legal non-conforming operators that June 30 is the deadline.
It was my impression that it's much more clear in the inland who is in the cap and who is not.
That's correct.
Than it is in the Carpinteria, because we're not as close to reaching that cap. So at least for my part, I think notice is when we actually let people know whether they're in or not, and not that you might be in, you might not be, but June 1st is the date. So I guess I think that if we've been advised that 120 days was adequate notice, then it could be June 30th or June 1st, but no less than 120 days after the cap has been reached.
All right. So I think that that's a policy called, and without rehearing this item, I think maybe the route to go is actually approve the item today. And then if there's a supervisor who wants to request in the future to come back to relook at these dates, I think that might be the appropriate time to have a more robust discussion with staff. So.
Well, I guess I could vote for this if it was staff direction to return to us with a policy of at least 120 days. That's literally everything that we've been read and advised.
I think, what Supervisor Lavanino had brought up with this grower that came in today, I think there's some more items that we need to talk about as a board. I think right now we're at least giving people at this point, 8 months to start to prepare and think about it. But I think there's some movement on the board to relook at this before that point. Supervisor Hart, did you?
Yeah, I think this deserves a full context conversation and discussion, and this is not the right time to be making changes.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the item today with the future input from staff on looking at the date on inland and, reviewing. I want to approve it today, but, with just the discretion that, I guess it is the discretion that we can move it later, but we need to let folks know at this point. And I think the 120 days, from what I've understood from council, that's pretty much a legal requirement for us, isn't it? Or
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we do recommend an amortization period.
Right.
This June 30th date is actually longer than
Right.
that, so we're giving plenty of notice.
but I understand where you're at, Dawson, and I get that. So I just think if we approve it today and it is discretionary, and I think we're going to need staff input as we, move forward with this to better massage it and figure out exactly where we're at. So.
All right. So there's a motion from Supervisor Lavanino. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Supervisor Williams? All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Before we finish the administrative agenda, I believe we actually have a public speaker that wanted to speak on all administrative items. Mr. Waco, are you there?
Yes, Chair Nelson, members of the board, we did receive a request from public member Briggs Waco on all agenda items. And if he could clarify for the record what exactly they would like to speak on. And Briggs Waco, I have unmuted you on our end. If you can unmute and please proceed.
All right. It appears that we've been unable to get a hold of him. I know staff had been working prior to us calling him. And if he has something else to speak on, maybe he can speak in general public comment moving forward. So we'll call on him again at that time. At this time, we'll go ahead and read. We have a resolution to present. Madam Clerk, will you read item A16 into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, administrative item number 16 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution in memory of Mrs. Agatha Shorter Lewis and to impart our condolences to her family and friends. And joining us today via Zoom, we have a few members of her family: Danielle Chambers, a niece; Geraldine Tinson, also her niece; great niece Kira Tinson; Sergeant Daniel Rios from the Santa Maria Police Department; Lois Trask, Wilma Hairston, and Lynette Harris. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Agatha Shorter Lewis, after a lifetime dedicated to serving the people of Santa Barbara County, passed away on October 5th, 2021. And whereas Agatha was a graduate of UCSB, earning a bachelor's degree in sociology, which prepared her for the career which she truly loved. And whereas Mrs. Shorter Lewis initially began her career as volunteer in the Santa Barbara County Probation Department in 1973, but after scoring number 1 on her placement test, was hired as a DPO2 in 1975, becoming the first Black female deputy probation officer in the county. And whereas Agatha spent 27 years with the department before retiring in 2001. Her most memorable times were spent working a juvenile caseload where she used her fair but firm personality to ensure local kids made it to school and stayed out of trouble. And whereas Agatha was heavily involved in the community, holding numerous leadership positions within the Santa Maria Lompoc chapter of the NAACP. She was also a Sunday school teacher and was named as a representative of the New Hope Missionary Baptist Church to state and national delegations. And whereas Agatha was married in 1993 to the Reverend Henry Littleton Lewis, Jr. at a wedding that people still talk about today due to the 25 bridesmaids and over 1,000 guests in attendance, with many of them being judges, attorneys, and probation officers. And whereas Agatha enjoyed her retirement years, celebrating many of her birthdays, cruising on the high seas with her husband. And whereas Mrs. Agatha Shorter Lewis led a life that should be an inspiration to all of us, a true public servant who overcame bias and discrimination in her own life and yet remained focused on creating a better world for her family and her community. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County does hereby acknowledge the passing of one of our own, Mrs. Agatha Shorter Lewis, and do impart our condolences to her family and friends, passed and adopted today.
Supervisor Levenue?
Well, it was an honor for me to sponsor this resolution, and it wouldn't have happened without another one of our own, LaWanda Lyons Pruitt. And it was just it was a real, when you say it's an honor, it was really an honor to read about her life and just the struggles that she overcame and the bias that she overcame, and still being able to hold a, she's just a true light in the community. So I appreciate you bringing this to me, and I was just grateful that we're able to honor her today.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanina, Chair Nelson, Supervisors. Danielle will be speaking on behalf of the family. We're just here to support her. We have other members and executive committee members. Thank you for recognizing Mrs. Shorter Lewis. She is sorely missed. And she really was larger than life and just went about doing things. And one thing that she did, if you knew her, everyone knew that she would sell you a ticket to something. So that's going to be hard to replace, and just that big bubbly smile also. So once you met her, you would never forget her. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is it okay to speak now?
Yes, we're just taking a quick picture, but yes, please.
Okay.
Ms. Chambers. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, to the members of the board. Again, my name is Danielle Chambers. Whew. I'm Agatha's niece. She did not have any children, and my uncle passed away about 8 years ago. So she died a widow. And I thank you all for adopting this resolution in her honor. You know, last Tuesday, a proclamation from the Honorable Mayor Alice Patino of Santa Maria was presented on behalf of my aunt to the family. And then on October 21st, a flag was flown over our nation's capital in our honor and at the request of Salud Carbajal. He also proudly read about or told the members of Congress about the work of my aunt, who I also called Aunt Aggie. You know, in addition to being who she was, a larger-than-life personality, she was a proud Santa Maria resident, a proud UCSB graduate. You know, in addition to being the first African-American deputy probation officer for Santa Barbara County and the second president of the NAACP Santa Maria Lompoc branch, which also includes being the first woman president for the same chapter. My aunt believed in community and having real relationships with community members, small business owners, and community leaders, which includes people like all of you, Joyce Dudley, I think she's present today. All of those that are in the chamber currently being of support to me. And then also the late, great Joseph Centino. In '74, when Aggie was just a probation officer trainee, she established the first Black festival in the city of Santa Barbara, and it was held at Santa Barbara Junior High School. The aim of the festival was to bridge the greater Santa Barbara community with the Black community. An article in the Santa Barbara News Press, I believe that's the paper, featured the event and gave the story a prominent position, like it was front page, top fold. And it's important for me to note that today because it's the first of many such articles in her 48 years of being a resident of the county of Santa Barbara, which started in Goleta and ended in Santa Maria. All those articles just document her commitment to this community, which includes the celebration and building awareness of the cultural capital of African Americans that live within the 5 districts of Santa Barbara County. At her homegoing celebration on Saturday, October 30th, I asked everyone in attendance to think about how we get to fulfill or betray our legacy each day. And I'm not talking about the legacy we inherit from relatives or by genetics. I'm talking about the legacy of being, by virtue, a community member. My aunt's legacy is fully established and documented from Congress to local government. But I'm asking this board to think about which part of my aunt's legacy that you inherit by virtue of being an elected official of this community, representing all of your constituents. Think about it and accept it, because I am challenging you to think about how you will sustain her work, the relationships. I don't want her legacy to die off along with her physical presence on this earth. She faced a lot of discrimination because someone's legacy before hers died off. And to help the 6,900 plus African Americans that still reside in this county, you have to really think about how your position helps sustain better communities for all, including those issues that are hard to face sometimes or hard to deal with. And so with that, I thank you, and I'm very humbled to receive this recognition from my aunt. But I want you guys to know there's many Agatha Shorter Lewises still residing in the area. And it's important that those relationships are sustained to make it a greater and better Santa Barbara community for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you once again.
Yes. And thank you, Ms. Chambers, for your words. On behalf of my colleagues, so we accept your challenge. Thank you. All right, so at this time, we will now go to the X agenda item. And before we have this item, I just wanted to read something here. Rolling Hills is a small community of approximately 20 homes southeast of Orchid. Since its inception, they have owned and operated a rural mutual water company. Earlier this year, they had issues with their well and ultimately had a well failure, leaving the community without a water source. In June, Public Health issued a boil water order, and Sheriff and Fire were put on notice of the water issues in the community as it is a high fire zone. Residents have been forced to fend for themselves and living only on a few gallons a day of water. They've individually been filling personal tanks to meet their individual needs. Since then, my office, county staff, along with the neighbors and ultimately Golden State Water, the municipal water source for Orchid, have been working to find a solution for this emergency. Golden State Water staff helped the mutual water company apply for a Department of Water Resource grant to create a temporary intertie to the Golden State Water system. Unfortunately, the neighborhood lacks the resources to execute the grant. Over the weekend, Public Works and County Council worked to find a way for the water agency to step in and receive the grant on behalf of Rolling Hills. As time is of the essence, and this is an emergency as well as a public health as there's a public health order in place, I ask that this be put on today's agenda as an X agenda item, and I would appreciate the support of my colleagues to approve the addition to today's agenda and join me in approval of this grant. So with that, Madam Clerk, will you read, or would you read the appropriate language?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, yes, as previously noted earlier, we did receive an X agenda request. This was from Public Works, Board of Directors, and the Water Agency. It is to consider recommendations regarding a resolution to accept small community drought relief program grant funds, and this is in the 4th district. And I would just like to note for the record, I have a correction, and this is an item that needed to be added on to the agenda after the agenda had been posted and within 72 hours of the hearing due to an emergency situation as defined by government code section, and that should read 54954.2B1 and upon a determination by a 4/5 vote of the board. So prior to the board taking action on this item, if we can please get a motion stating that this was an emergency situation and to add this item to the record.
Can I get a motion? Supervisor Hartman,
I move that this was an emergency situation and that we add this to our agenda today.
thank you. A second from Supervisor Williams. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, at this time, would you go ahead and read the item now into the record so we can discuss and make a motion?
Chair Nelson and members of the board. Next agenda item number 1 is from Public Works, Board of Directors, Water Agency. It is to consider recommendations regarding a resolution to accept small community drought relief program grant funds, and this is in the 4th district.
All right, thank you. Right, is there any discussion on this item or public comment?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we did not receive any request to speak on this X agenda item request.
All right. So seeing none, can I get a motion on this item? Supervisor
Oh,
Hartman, or
I
please,
just had a question on the substance. Is now the right time?
please.
So you said temporary intertie. So did the well fail because of the equipment or because you need to drill a deeper well to get to the groundwater? And what is the long-term solution?
Mr. Rubalcaba?
Hi, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. I'm Walter Rubalcaba, and I have Matt Young here from the Water Agency, and Scott McAlpin is also available. To answer your question, there was 2 failures. There was a production and a screening failure. And we've been asking that question a lot recently. So it appears that the screen is failing at the bottom of the well, and there's a lack of water as well. So this intertie is an interim, short-term remedy. We're still trying to figure out what the long-term solution is.
And just to answer that question from my perspective, we've been working as a team with the various entities. One of the options would be potentially making this intertie permanent at some point in the future, but that's a more lengthy process involving LAFCO and other issues that as it's a state regulated utility, Golden State Water, and so adding this service area would be a process as well as the infrastructure necessary to serve that community I think ultimately that's probably where we're heading, with the cost of actually drilling a new well probably being significantly more than bringing in that intertie. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, can I get a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Get a second?
Second.
All right, second from Supervisor Williams. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. I just want to take the opportunity to thank the Water Agency, Scott McAlpin, Matt Young, Walter Rubalcaba, to work hard on this. You guys worked over the weekend as well as County Council. I appreciate that. And Don White from Golden State Water did amazing work working with the state agency to make sure this happened. Hopefully we'll be able to get water to that community soon. Thank you. All right. That's the conclusion of our administrative agenda. At this time, we have public comment. And as we go into public comment, I want to just remind the public that today we've scheduled the COVID briefing to the end of the day to give the public and staff the opportunity to have a more robust discussion and make comment on that. Then that will be probably taking place sometime after lunch, probably around 2 o'clock. So I just want to make sure that that item was, everybody was aware moving into public comment. So with that, Madam Clerk, will you call for public comment?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, yes, we have 5 requests to speak on general public comment today. We are going to begin on Zoom with Briggs Waco to be followed by Maria Kessner. Briggs? And Briggs, just a friendly reminder, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please press unmute and proceed with your comments. Chair Nelson, members of the board, I'm going to proceed with Maria Kessner to be followed by Dr. Amy Smith. Maria?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I hope you can hear me.
We can.
Last week, public comment calling out for citizens' arrest was falsely labeled as imminent lawless action. The county council present at the board meeting did not call out Supervisor Dusty Williams on this error. California Penal Code 837 PC allows a private person to make a citizen's arrest. Laws in over 40 states specifically protect citizens' arrest, and in other states, common law governs this very important practice. A citizen's arrest may be rare, but Open Meeting Act violations are a widespread problem. The Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act of 2004 states requirements for open meetings. The people of this state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so they may retain control over the instruments they have created. This article shall be known and may be cited as the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Under the same act, the opportunity for public to speak at meetings, the state body shall not prohibit public criticism of the policies, programs, and services of the state body or of the acts of omissions of the state body. Nothing in this division shall confer any privilege or protection for expression beyond that otherwise provided by law. And then to continue, a violation or misdemeanor, each member of a state body who attends a meeting of that body in violation of any provision of this article and where the member intends to deprive the public of information to which the member knows or has reason to know the public is entitled under this article is guilty of a misdemeanor. As you can see, the emotional reactions by current sitting supervisors are inappropriate, unprofessional, and uninformed. We hope you will improve your conduct towards the public and educate yourselves to be better representatives to all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kessner.
We will now go to Dr. Amy Smith to be followed by Josh Madrano.
Okay, and I'm also going to close public comment at this time. Dr. Smith?
Hello, I'd also like to say that I have Zoom capability with video. I'd be happy to be on video, but could be a little more like we're together. You have the capability, so I'm not sure why public commenters aren't invited to show their video, but What I wanted to speak to today is the issue of the oversight that the Board of Supervisors has on the County Public Health Office. So according to the Graduate School of Political Management at George Washington University, since propaganda and public relations both share the goal of using mass communication to influence public perception, it can be easy to conflate the two. Propaganda, however, traffics in lies, misinformation, inflammatory language, and other negative communication to achieve an objective related to a cause, goal, or political agenda. So the fact of the health department peddling in propaganda, that would absolutely be part of something you guys should be investigating and having oversight over. Propaganda related to the coercion into a no long-term tested medical product, that is, that's actually criminal in the state of California, and would actually be scientific fraud to misstate or understate the risks and concerns and to not provide the cost-benefit analysis of such a treatment. And so unfortunately, it's a very difficult time with a lot of political pressure and cancel culture, all of that stuff. I totally appreciate your situation, but unfortunately it falls to you guys really to be investigating carefully and providing oversight to make sure that your health department isn't peddling in fraud and propaganda. Dr. McCullough has said that the shots, these COVID injections for children that now are being pushed by the governor of our state and our health officer, that they will kill probably 100 children for every one that they save from death from COVID. COVID, fortunately for very young children, has been very kind compared to other illnesses that we routinely live with, like the flu. The deaths of children were fewer relatively. Of course, each one is tragic, but relatively few. And the dangers of an untested vaccine that is no known impact on fertility, on heart health, on autoimmune disease is extremely important. And so the fact that the health officer is advocating that children be part of the pool that needs to be vaccinated. Also considering the fact that children are not being seen as large vectors for transmission, all of these things mean that we need to be really exercising oversight over this health office and protecting children and parents from propaganda. That means fraudulent information, inaccurate information.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. That is your time.
We will now go to Josh Madrano, and to be followed by Amy Blair, who is in the Santa Barbara hearing room.
Well, good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors. How are we doing today? Everybody good?
Great.
All right. Well, hey, appreciate the time and opportunity to come to you from your friendly neighborhood building trades. My name is Joshua Madrano, and I'm the Executive Secretary and Treasurer of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. Over the last several weeks, you have heard not only from myself, but other members of the community as well as labor, which we are one and the same, coming and trying to educate everybody on the need for CWAs. And I am here today to spread a little bit of knowledge about a facet of a PLA that really goes unnoticed. What is that? Well, it's the SB1 pre-apprenticeship programs that, along with the Goodwill and the workforce development boards, SLO partners, as well as other organizations in the community, have partnered together to bring to the community a pre-apprenticeship program that follows a multi-craft curriculum and gives an introduction to the trades, hands-on training, multiple cohorts. And right now we're holding them throughout the tri-counties, and specifically we are holding them in Santa Barbara. As of right now, Santa Barbara have completed about 5 weeks of instruction, as well as 2 Saturday sessions included in that. And that has been with the pipe fitters in the very beginning, and as well as participated in some blueprint reading resume building and interview skills. And the next cohort that's going on is actually has already started. So we are moving and grooving. We have cohorts coming up in Ventura and in that area on the 20th of this month. So why am I bringing this to everybody's attention? Well, because not only do we come to this board and encourage you to continue to move forward with the community workforce agreement, but we also need to work ahead of time in order to assure that everybody has an opportunity to benefit from moving forward with bringing jobs and keeping jobs here in the community. And what better way than to put on outreach to build careers and skilled and trained labor right here in our backyard. So if you would like further information, please feel free to visit our webpage as well as our Facebook page. You can go to SLO Partners, you can go to your local community workforce development board and find information on the current SB1 pre-apprenticeship programs brought to you by the building trades of your local community. So we appreciate everybody's attention today, and please reach out to us for further opportunities. And we continue to encourage this board here to keep these jobs here local. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to the Santa Barbara Hearing Room Chamber for Amy Blair, who is our final speaker. Amy?
Hi, I'm Amy Blair, and I just wanted to address this publicly. We all know that Gavin Newsom has been missing in action since October 27th when he received his COVID vaccine booster. He actually had to abruptly cancel his attending of the climate conference in Scotland. So I just want to publicly say that I hope he is okay amongst all the rumors that he may be suffering the known potential adverse side effects of Guillain-Barré. I hope he is okay and his family as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blair. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have an announcement that I'd like to make too. Today, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, announced it is seeking public comment on the first steps towards designating a new national marine sanctuary. It would be a 7,000 square mile area off the Central Coast adjacent to San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. And the press release states that the designation of a Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary would protect the region's important marine ecosystem, maritime heritage resources, and cultural values of indigenous communities, while allowing NOAA to manage compatible uses within its boundaries. And NOAA requests specific input on the sanctuary name, the sanctuary boundary, compatible uses, threats a new sanctuary would address, and how best to promote marine science and education initiatives, and other topics as described in the notice of intent. The results of this scoping process will assist NOAA in the preparation of the draft designation documents, which then will also be released for public comment. And people who are interested can make written public comment at www.regulations.gov. And there are also going to be 3 public meetings, December 8th, 13th, and 6th. And the comment period will end January 10th. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. All right, that concludes our public comment period. The next item on the agenda is departmental item number 1. Madam Clerk, will you please read that item into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board. Departmental item number 1 is from Behavioral Wellness. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a contractor on payroll COP agreement with Audra Dillard, RN, for fiscal year 2021 through 2022.
All right. Do we have somebody from public health here? Or sorry, behavioral wellness?
Yes, good morning.
Yes. Welcome, Ms. Fisher.
Yes, good morning, Chair Nelson and members of the board. So I'm here today to ask the board to allow the authorization and execution of the agreement for services of contractor on payroll with Audra Dillard to provide infectious disease prevention and control services to our psychiatric health facility. And as you're aware, our PUF is required by state and federal regulations to conduct infection prevention activities and maintain a comprehensive infection control plan. And according to the regulations, the measures are very narrow. as far as who can actually provide these services. It must be someone who has primary training in nursing or a related field, is qualified by training, experience, or certification, works at least part-time and at the facility, and has completed specialized training in infection prevention and control. And we have contracted for this position historically. However, when Andra came to work for the county as a nurse at the PUF, she had these qualifications, so we used her in this capacity. Unfortunately, Andra retired from her position October 31st, and although she gave a 2-month notice, the department has yet to be able to find someone or recruit with or contract with someone who has these very narrow specific requirements and qualifications. And so due to the difficulty in finding someone to fill the position, we are asking to be able to contract with Andra for up to 10 hours a week through the end of the fiscal year, or until the department can either hire someone or internally train up a long-term replacement. And there are health and audit risks to not having an infection prevention and control specialist in place. And so we are asking that the board waive the normal 6 months that an employee must generally wait to be hired as a contractor after leaving employment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, as a member of the PUF governing board, I understand how important this position is to the county and what kind of risk that we would be put at without having this in place. I also had some questions for staff that were satisfactory. These come to us for a reason. The state has said that this isn't a good idea for people to retire and then come right back as a general practice. And so this needs to be done in a public hearing. This is one that definitely qualifies as an appropriate use of this process, and I'm supportive of this. I also like the contractor on payroll route that we're going on this as well. I think that is maybe a good model moving forward with some of these employees that are coming back for very limited scopes. So with that, if there's any additional comments, I'd be glad to take a motion. Or
Move staff recommendation.
thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Second from Supervisor Lavanino. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, the next item up is item number 2. Madam Clerk, will you please read that into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a status report on criminal justice improvement efforts and the main jail rehabilitation project.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Mona Miyasada, the County Executive Officer, and I'm going to kick this off. Also, we have a lot of folks who are on Zoom today, and including retired Judge Cheryl Ellsworth, who's going to be helping me with this presentation, and Jeff Rappel is also our Assistant CEO, who will be also part of the presentation today. Good start, the PowerPoint. So we've been coming to the board frequently to talk about the efforts we've made, and we are continuing to make, to improve the criminal justice system here in Santa Barbara County. Today, we're going to talk about that, but also give you an update on the main jail rehabilitation project. And so I just want to first acknowledge and say thank you to some of our criminal justice partners who are on Zoom or in the room. From the Public Defender's Office, Tracy McCouga, obviously, Lemur Kyle Griffiths, and Deepak Budwani. Obviously, our Chief Probation Officer, Tanya Heitman, who is here today in the room, as well as Damon Fletcher. District Attorney Joyce Dudley, her Chief Deputy John Savernock, who's here in the room today, and Michael Soderman. The Sheriff, Bill Brown, Under Sheriff Lindver, and Chiefs Bonner and Wazalewski, who are on Zoom today. Also from the courts, I want to thank Angela Braun and Daryl Parker, and as also our presiding Judge Lavayan, who've been working with retired Judge Cheryl Ellsworth and helping us have a better understanding of each other's issues. Also, behavioral wellness, Pam Fisher and her staff, who've been continuing to work with us. Next slide, please. So again, today's report is on 2 different issues. One is our ongoing efforts to enhance the system. We gave you an update in July, and you asked us to return with a project tracking timeline, which we've attached to the board letter. We'll talk about some of those today, but we won't go through all of the different initiatives. They're in the attachment, and we can answer any questions that you have. And again, today we are assisted by retired Judge Cheryl Ellsworth. And then Mr. Frappel will talk about the main jail rehabilitation project. We also have general services who are here today to answer any of your questions, to give you a status report, address concerns, provide options, and our recommended action. And I do want to say on the second issue, and Mr. Frappo will talk about that, we did have several meetings with League of Women Voters and CLUE, and they submitted letters, and I think you've seen that as part of the public comment. And I want to say thank you to them, because through our meetings with them, and they've met with all our different department heads, we did change our recommendation to your board. We thought a little bit harder. We looked at different options, and it did change our recommendation. So I want to acknowledge them as well. Next slide. Next slide. So when we look at our criminal justice system improvements, as we said, this started even before COVID, but because of COVID, you also asked us to look at different improvements that were being made to look at efficiencies in the system and to address the COVID pandemic and what could continue. And so we've been doing that. And in the attachment, you'll see there are 14 different action items and milestones, and some have been achieved, some are still in progress, and some are yet to begin. But this first background section is just to remind the board that our criminal justice departments constitute almost a quarter of our operating budget. And just in this past year, your board invested $4.5 million in different departments and different initiatives of the criminal justice system. Again, the attachment to your board letter includes these 14 primary initiatives, and they're broken into 3 broad areas. One is transparency. And we have Chief Heitman, who will go over the data dashboard and actually do a demonstration of the data dashboards that we have up. Equal justice regarding strategies to optimize due process, how we can be more efficient overall, and community solutions. And these are things that the board has been interested in, looking at continuous case planning to reduce recidivism, whole person interventions, and ensuring victim engagement. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Judge Ellsworth.
Thank you. Next slide. And thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair, and esteemed board members, as well as our own CEO. Appreciate very much this opportunity. I think what was important for us and for the board was to take those issues and those items that we wanted to create efficiencies or take a deeper dive into it and put them in buckets that made sense. That transparency piece is the data dashboard. And I will say that the board members have also received, I believe, information with regard to not only the data dashboards that will be shown today, but the District Attorney's Office under the leadership of Joyce Dudley, starting their own dashboard as well and being well on beginning that. The next one is equal justice. And this is a complicated and important and significant bucket, if you will, as all of them are. But we've really been working very hard on the piece of discovery and rigorously looking at those events and how we can make discovery more efficient, make it more available, readily available, get it through the system more quickly, and most importantly, really taking a deep dive and looking at what is the process and what are the processes with the baseline of following the law, as well as processes to move that into the hands of the defense as soon as possible by making its way through from law enforcement to the DA's office. So discovery, I'll talk about in just a little bit more. We're looking at aged cases and have had very good work with collaboration of the Public Defender's Office and the District Attorney's Office. We continue to work with all members of the Sheriff's Department, probation and the court with regard to enhance access to inmates, whether that is actual physical making appointments and going in and seeing the clients if you're a defense lawyer, or whether it's continuing those type of virtual arraignment courts and whether we can make those work smoothly and whether they address the needs of both the court and the attorneys. There've been great success with the mandatory settlement conferences and the pre-arraignment status. And once those buckets or those backlogs get resolved, there's a great desire to work with the court and see if the mandatory settlement conferences can finish off as well as something that is retained. I think that when we look at community solutions, we've looked at expansion of pretrial release. Right now, we have a population that's heavily felons over misdemeanors in the jail, the last I've been told. And we are looking at ways to enhance that, that pretrial release, but also not let individuals that should not be in the community, because this is community solutions and also safeguarding your communities, looking at that holistic approach, the multidiscipline teams for case planning, meaning that we bolster our intake services so that when somebody is first brought into the jail, that if we are able to create multidisciplinary teams that can effectually look at this individual holistically. Do they have needs for services and interventions now? Is there something we can do now? What can we do to start planning ahead of time so that we can continue that spectrum that we're talking about, where we're engaging victims and making sure that their rights are not trampled on and they receive the resources, but also looking at rehabilitation at the very earliest part, or redirecting, if you will, optimizing the use of alternative sentencing. We are in the works of discussing this by retaining with the sheriff their legal standard of making determination as to who is going to be released on this alternative sentencing, and trying to look to probation, who may be the better suited department for the supervising. We're exploring expansion of that holistic defense that I talked about, and I just brushed on it, but it's very important to continue to look at that, expand and optimize our use of diversions and off-ramps. We talked about the difference the last time we checked in with diversion and off-ramps. The legal term diversion may not be the same as many of the off-ramps. And so we're looking at that. Optimized victim advocacy services. They have a wonderful services already and have a really wonderful system in place at the DA's office. We want to make sure that our efforts are not eclipsing any of that, but actually supporting that, while we are also looking at alternatives for individuals that may receive services and resources to change their lives if they are a perpetrator or alleged perpetrator. And we also have the thrivesbc.org application, which is a wonderful app that has been worked on for quite a while by the Public Defender's Office, that will put a tool in the hands of returning individuals back to the community, and how they can get housing, and those individuals that have been previously incarcerated, rather than to come home to the same community that they left in a position that they left maybe with the wrong situations in there and lack of opportunities. This puts a tool in their hands that allows for them to consider things like education, housing, allows them to get tools and resources around a plethora of different solutions that are necessary to take individuals once incarcerated and been released into a better situation, so that, again, all of this looks at recidivism as well as off-ramping people into the right lanes to give them the services and the resources they need. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Chair Nelson, members of the board, just for those members that are presenting via Zoom, please note that it is switched on our end. There is just a slight delay in Zoom. Our apologies.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
So we could see transparency data dashboard on our screen.
Okay, very good. And with that, I'll turn it over, I believe, to Chief Heitman, correct?
Yes, and let's take a few minutes. We're going to, Chief Heitman's going to talk about the data dashboard and actually show us on the computer.
Very good. Thank you. I will mute until I'm ready to chat again.
Good morning, Chair Nelson and Supervisors. I'm Chief Probation Officer Tanya Heitman. Several months ago, I provided a brief overview of the Probation Department's data dashboard. Today, with Assistant Deputy Director Damon Fletcher's assistance, we hope to demonstrate some of the dashboard features for you. That is, if the technology and our internet connection will cooperate with us. The dashboard is accessible to the public at sbprobation.org. To navigate to the dashboard, you go down to the lower left-hand side of our landing page and click on Adult Services. A drop-down menu will come up with the last item listed being the dashboard. This part of the county's transparency initiative is designed to improve public access and awareness of criminal justice data, as well as encourage greater responsiveness to emerging trends and outcomes. As our community seeks to better understand the local criminal justice system, we hope to add context where possible and increase understanding of the inputs, outputs, and trends. The dashboard has information that may be unfamiliar to the community. So in order to further the educational process, we've created a glossary of terms for the dashboard that is visible below a glossary of terms for the dashboard that's visible below the dashboard. And as you can see, you can click on each of the terms and it opens up the definition. We can continue to build out more terms as appropriate. As we return to the dashboard, let's look at a few of the main components. The upper left-hand corner utilizes a map to demonstrate the number of active cases residing in those areas. The locations are intentionally general so that we avoid a tight triangulation of data that could inadvertently reveal confidential client-specific data. As Damon hovers over Santa Barbara, for instance, you will see a pop-up that drills down into that area with case counts, gender breakdown, and supervision level. In the upper right-hand corner, you'll see a trend line for the active probation cases. This trend line demonstrates an overall decrease in active supervision cases occurring as a result of AB 1950, new state legislation, which limited the amount of time many individuals may be on probation. So for example, in December of 2020, we had 3,207 active supervision cases, and we are now down to 2,257. We also want to demonstrate the ability to sort by supervision types. In the lower right-hand corner of the dashboard, it allows you to choose which type of supervision you want to view. For example, if you only check the Prop 36 box for our substance abuse treatment review calendar, you can see that our population for that particular specialty court has declined tremendously. And we are now at 12 active Prop 36 clients versus the hundreds that we had several years ago. Versus if we change that box to select domestic violence, you can see we've bounced around quite a bit in the last year. This filtering is important to allow users to more fully understand the areas of increase or decline in our population. I also want to point out the pretrial trend line toward the left-hand side in the peach color. As you can see, we continue to see increases in our pretrial supervision numbers with a high now of 483. Pretrial has experienced phenomenal growth since we enhanced the program and increased the options for supervision. This project is an iterative and incremental one that we hope to have gradually improve over time. Toward that end, I want to point out that in addition to the glossary of terms, we have FAQs posted below that address some questions, but also provides an opportunity to submit additional questions as well as suggestions for continued feedback to the dashboard. The very last FAQ has a link to a feedback option. As you'll see in the sheriff's portion of the dashboard, which will be demonstrated next, we can link data across systems to help answer more complex questions. As we expand to additional departments, we anticipate even more opportunities to look at a variety of areas of interest. We're very thankful to Probation Chief's Innovation Officer, John Kuo, who has led the IT effort to link these systems and created the dashboards, as well as Karen Milligan, our Research and Special Project Manager, who has partnered with John in advancing this work and who oversees the glossary and FAQs. To demonstrate the jails portion, I want to turn it over to Chief Deputy Wazalewski.
Good morning, Chair Nelson and supervisors. Thanks for having us. Damon, can you bring up 9? Here we as Tanya said, that this gives a very broad range of data, and it's static at this time, static for a month. Hopefully, in the future, we'll be able to do this on a as needed, real time kind of a snapshot. But it does give you a snapshot of what we did back in October. Similar to hers, there's a trend line across the top, which shows what our population has been. The boxes along the left, starting with electronic monitoring and moving down through our average jail population, how many bookings and releases we do each day, and some other things. The jail days is another data point that we've come to the board with and talked about. So you should be familiar. This dashboard also has a glossary of terms, so it can share, when you have a question, it might provide an answer for you. The other boxes along the middle actually break down some of the demographics, gives us crime categories, population, and age, as well as race, gender, and whether they're sentenced or unsentenced. I think that at this point, if you guys have any questions, I would be open to answering anything about the data that's on here.
If no questions, board, we could continue with the presentation.
Yes, please.
Judge Ellsworth.
Next slide. So I think in order to document our current process and our ideal process, future state, and create procedures to support the ideal process, we've been working with Innovate SB, and this is particular to the discovery process. We have really worked hard with each of the sheriff and the district attorney's office and the public defender's office, all of us grappling with issues. Each of these departments have worked within their own systems, as well as work together with us across the line. What we're trying to do is not just identify technology support, but we're also looking at that process to make sure that we don't leave in place anything that would not be helpful to going forward. In other words, part of this exercise, and there have been 10 formal sessions with a facilitator, including Brian Elms and Gerard, and additional ad hoc working groups and several other individual meetings with our fellow Sarah Gill and myself. What we're trying to achieve is to, as I said before, honor the law, baseline, follow the law, make sure that the discovery process that is finalized and looked at is, above all, following the law, and very transparent and accurate for everybody and efficient for everyone, so that that process can be outlined. I'm not talking about a process where we go in and tell individuals who needs to do what. That's some self-discovery that each department is doing. And after which, we believe that there very well may be a technology resolution or solution, but that's got to be based on coming up with good protocols, procedures, and process. And that's what everybody's been working extremely hard on. We are also reaching out. We've had some wonderful demonstrations with one company called Nice, another one, Box.com. We've reached out to our sister county, Orange County, who's always been a leader with technology, and they are helping us along. Daryl Parker from the court graciously made that introduction, and they have done nothing but been supportive and assistive with their RFP processes, with their vetting processes, with potential other DEM systems, so that everybody on this team that's working together for equal justice under the terms of discovery can have every opportunity to really vet these possibilities. So we believe that we finished up some of our demonstrations yesterday. Unfortunately, I froze at the end, which is probably good because I talked too much anyway. And so those individuals on the phone during their last opportunity to show their action plans and their thoughts were able to take the stage instead of me. But we do believe that we will have some more meetings after that, continue to work with Orange County. Mark Garcia of the CO's office has been really great about connecting with Orange County, and believe our recommendations, as are indicated here, will be forthcoming in 2022 at the end of that vetting process and that better understanding. The DA has already implemented making some kind of program with Santa Barbara City Police, which utilizes e-disclosure, and have been trying to look at different market research as well as to DIMS and within their own systems. Next slide, please. So the work continues. I believe that we have done a lot of work. Partners continue to meet twice a month, multiple other meetings and different action pods and different pocket things that come up. We will have meetings, for example, on alternative sentencing that will be continued. We will have meetings on each of those items that you see on your, I believe it's your attachment A, and we're making a lot of progress. But I will caution that systematic change takes time and commitment, and often we get down the road a little bit and then we hit a bump and a roadblock and a glitch, and we have to recircle and grapple with it again. But I'm very confident that we can come back with more progress in 60 to 90 days. And that concludes this presentation, unless you have any questions of me.
Right. Thank you, Judge Ellsworth. Questions from the board? Supervisor Hart and then Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I'm curious about the work that's being done to align the Alternative Sentencing Bureau's supervision services with probation's community services, supervision services. Is there any progress that you can report out about that?
Yes, we're been in meetings. We've met several times with the sheriff. And again, I want to just make sure that everyone is clear that alternative sentencing and the decision to who goes onto that program and is the rest with the sheriff, and that would not change. What would change is the idea of those early interventions and the supervision then being handed over to probation to be able to have early intervention. Right now, the population that's on alternative sentencing are really good candidates for being successful by being on alternative sentencing. But there are ways to even augment that by utilizing connections with education, connections with other type of resources. So the sheriffs would make the determination. Then it would be turned over to probation. They would have a specific team that would work with this population of individuals. And then the sheriff would also be the individual body that makes the determination as to who might be violated. And we've all been in deep discussions and we'll be meeting in the next week or two to take a look at that. The last that we left off were the individuals that are more of the boots on the ground. We're going to come up with a proposal for the larger group. And perhaps if there's any other question to that, Chief Heitman or someone from the Sheriff's Department, but that pretty, I think, shows what we've been doing specifically with regard to that.
Thank you, Judge Ellsworth. That's really helpful. I have a question about the probation department. Chief Heitman, you've increased the number of people on the pretrial supervision throughout the pandemic. And is there anything else you'd like to comment on about the future of pretrial supervision as we emerge from the pandemic?
Supervisor Hart, through the chair, thank you for that question. As you probably noticed on the data dashboard, that increase in pretrial supervision has been very steady, and it actually predates the pandemic. Since we implemented a more robust assessment and more intensive supervision options for pretrial, we have seen a steady increase, and many jurisdictions during the pandemic, once the zero bail emergency order was placed into effect, they saw declines or really some significant lags in their pretrial population. We did not have that issue and continued to grow the program. So at this point, I actually anticipate that that will continue, that even as we come out of the pandemic, that our pretrial population will probably continue to rise, particularly as the court looks at lifting or modifying the zero bail order. That would push additional people into the jail that are currently being released on zero bail. And once they enter into the jail, that would trigger a pretrial assessment. And many of those will be low-level offenses that would be eligible for pretrial supervision. So at this point, notwithstanding any significant change in the law or other unpredictable kind of variances, I would only anticipate it will grow, and that we need to continue to plan for that, to anticipate that potential growth, and ensure that we have enough resources in place, both to supervise them effectively, but also to provide them the treatment and preventative services that will ensure that they continue to abide by their orders of release and return for their future court hearings.
Thank you. There are a number of important and impressive diversion programs that are under development, and the presentation didn't go into the details of that, but I'm curious if any of the departments want to talk about that and the progress that's being made to increase diversion.
Anybody want to jump in?
Yeah, John, you want
to? Oh, Mr. Severnach.
I was actually waiting for the confirmation.
Okay, there you go. Texting is a powerful tool.
In separate locations. Chair Nelson, members of the board, through Supervisor Hart, John Savernach, Chief Deputy District Attorney. There are a number of diversion programs coming. One that is intimate, and one that is about to occur is the Neighborhood Restorative Justice Program in Goleta. That will be a program based upon a program in Yolo County, but more importantly, based upon other evidence-based restorative programs throughout California and throughout the country. We have developed the program design, all the necessary infrastructure for the program. We are waiting for some additional training to occur, and that program should actually be up and running. We are shooting for the first quarter of calendar year 2022. It's an exciting new program that initially will handle a variety of misdemeanor offenses and be based in the Goleta Valley. It is, again, our hope to expand that program countywide. We are also working with the Center for Court Innovation, the people that participated in the Sixth Amendment project that was sponsored by the CEO's office. They are working with us to establish a felony diversion program, and they are currently being funded by the BJA, NTTAC. In any event, alphabet soup federal agencies have just approved their funding. So they are working for their budget for the Santa Barbara program with the Bureau of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Justice Assistance. So we are working on a timeline, their timeline to get going with the needs assessment, coming in, interviewing all of the partners and participants in the justice process, community organizations, probation, public defender, law enforcement, all the partners. They anticipate beginning that process either at the end of this calendar year or early in calendar year 2022.
Thank you. Appreciate hearing that new update.
Thank you. And also Sheriff Brown is on the line and would like to answer that question as well. Sheriff?
Thank you, Chair Nelson and members of the board. Just wanted to weigh in with some
diversion programs that the sheriff's office is involved in. You're all very familiar with our co-response program to mental health crisis calls, and but the last board meeting got a presentation, and I would just remind you of the statistics there that in the year 2020, we had in the county about 3,000, just over 3,000 crisis calls that came into our dispatch center. 1,600 plus of those calls were handled by our co-response teams that went out with a deputy sheriff and a clinician to handle those calls. Out of those 1,600 plus calls that were handled by the co-response teams, only 11 of the people that were the subject of those calls ended up being arrested and taken to jail. So it's proven to be an exceptionally effective diversion problem, getting people into treatment, community-based treatment rather than into jail. We also just wanted to make quick mention of the fact that we have the Isla Vista Restorative Justice Program that is an alternative to the traditional criminal justice system, as well as teen court, and as mentioned, the alternative to custody program, which currently we have about 10%, an equivalent of about 10% of the people who are in custody in the jail are on alternative to custody and are on electronic monitoring and are essentially either under house arrest or under ankle monitoring, allowed to go to work, to school, and things like that. So just wanted to recap those things that the sheriff's office had some control over.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Sheriff. Well, just a comment, I really appreciate the presentation. The data dashboards are really powerful and impressive. I love the fact that the departments are working together on that and providing the transparency, because the reason transparency is so important is that I think we're trying to have these decisions made about the criminal justice system with data. And so having the public accessible to that data in its best form makes these conversations more substantive and more effective, and our decision making as a result better too. So this is really the foundation to everything we're trying to do. Really appreciate everybody stepping into that. And I see we got an email this morning from District Attorney Dudley talking about the data dashboard for the District Attorney's office too. So that's more good news.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, could we go back just to slide 5? That's it. Yeah, thank you. The first thing is, I think this is really a nice way to lay it out, to organize. It's extremely helpful. I did have a couple of questions. Are the numbers in any way priorities, or are we, it's just a way to identify? That's my first question.
Supervisor Hartman, it's the latter. It's just a way to identify. And if you look at our chart, and I'm sorry, we didn't put the chart into a PowerPoint slide, but we have different dates on the chart, and that would tell you the order of things.
Thank you. And then just a clarifying question. Number 8, the multidisciplinary teams, how does that differ from 10, holistic defense?
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. Holistic defense, and certainly I would invite the public defender to answer this better than I will. But the holistic defense is an approach to the overall defense of an individual, communal defense, looking at how to restore that individual, looking how to put resources there, and really looking at that entire individual. I would say that the intake and discharge services and the multidiscipline team is an augmentation of that, in that if you're looking at holistic defense, it would make sense that there are teams within the jail made up of individuals such as a social worker, a probation officer, a defense attorney, a sheriff, whomever that multidisciplinary. So when you first come into the jail, you do what I love to use, that Harry Potter sorting hat right away, where you get the right plug into the right resources so that you already are starting down that trail of letting holistic defense come in and expand that. Same with discharge, so that rather than somebody waiting 3 or 4 days, and then somebody, there are contacts and they're doing a really good job. We just want to have an even better job of having it so you meet your social worker, for example, and that social worker trails you all the way through wherever you are assigned in, and also being a part of saying, hey, let's start thinking about these programs. If you would like a better definition, and public defenders, certainly you can give a better definition, but it is, I would say, one augments the other.
And I think that helps enormously.
Thank you.
And a question about the data dashboard. So if I'm thinking back, we were doing something interim, and then we plan to do something more permanent. So I just think the interim is spectacular.
So I'm really glad you said that, and keep coming, Chief Heitman, but I want to say, I didn't get to say my 2 cents in this. I think that John, and is it Karen, Chief Heitman, what a spectacular job they've done. And this is all in-house. This is amazing. And I've taken a look at what the DA has recently sent with their letter. I think that your county really needs to be really pat on the back here, especially with the leadership of Heitman and the DAs, and that we're getting this and everybody's working, because this is the interim and it's pretty spectacular. So I'll turn it to you, Chief Heitman.
Okay. Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. This is intended to be an interim solution, but as you've noted, it's really taken us a long way, and we still have some more work that we can do at a local level before we need to really branch out and do something more sophisticated with a consultant potentially. We are in the process of working with the DA's office. As you're aware, they have launched some statistics on their own website, but they continue to work with us to move towards an element of the dashboard that would integrate their data with the other criminal justice partners. So for instance, on the sheriff's portion, it wasn't displayed well perhaps on the screenshot, but if you hover over the jail population, it actually will demonstrate for you how many of the probation clients are in custody. And it's an example of how we've overlaid their data with our data. As we bring the DA on, we'll be able to do similar type things with their data, and then ultimately the public defender's data and behavior wellness if they're in agreement with it as well. The next level of it would really be using a very sophisticated engine to drive some analysis on top of what Power BI can do. Measures for Justice has done something similar in Yolo County, but they really have focused only on the district attorney's office and their effort there. So in some ways, our effort is more sophisticated in the sense that it crosses so many different departments. But the level of analysis will be limited until we bring in an even stronger kind of engine behind the scene to do analysis on the data that we're retrieving.
So this is cutting edge.
In many ways it is. I've looked around at other counties in California, and I haven't found any quite yet that are being as transparent with so many different departments all linking it in this way.
Well, thank you. I just had a couple more comments. When we were hearing so many of the members of our community talking about oversight, I think transparency was really what they meant. And I believe that this offers far more than any of us really anticipated in response to what the community was asking for. And so I just kudos to everyone who's been working so hard on this. And I just want to thank Judge Ellsworth and all the criminal justice partners who are coordinating. You develop procedures within your own department, and it's really hard to step back and anticipate and imagine how it all fits together. So it's a demanding exercise intellectually, and everybody's got already too much work to do. But over the long run, it's going to save us time. But it really comes out of a lot of the hide of people who are committed to this. And so I'm just very, very grateful to everybody who's invested in this. And then I always want to give a plug. I really believe in restorative justice as an approach. And so I'm so glad that we have the Goleta model and that we have the Isla Vista model going forward. I really do believe that it can work even beyond misdemeanors. So thank you, everybody who's doing that.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Williams?
I just had one question. Obviously, some of the most important diversion takes away early in the process. Do every jurisdiction that provides booking for our system have sobering centers and other measures to sort of prevent an unnecessary booking in the first place?
Supervisor Williams, I'm not sure who that question is aimed at, but I think the answer is no. Not all, obviously, organizations have that. Some have it in cities also, as you know, that there's collaboration with cities and counties. And so when Chief Heitman talked about looking at the whole system with data, that's something we want to look at from pre-arrest all through the process to see how well we're doing. The sheriff talked about co-response, trying to get a comprehensive look of the entire systems to see what interventions are working, what more we need to do from the pre-arrest all the way through the end of the system.
I mean, I would just like in our future update to have that information and, if possible, to have the information of, well, what does that mean for bookings that would be related for that? Are we getting a lot more bookings that might be interdicted by a sobering center in certain jurisdictions? I think that's super relevant because sobering centers, compared to all the other solutions we're looking at, are very cheap and do not require this level of coordination. So I think it needs to be a piece of this puzzle.
All right. I believe we have public comment on this item.
Well, Supervisor,
Sorry.
we haven't finished the whole item yet.
that's
So we
right.
still have the second part, which is looking
course.
at the main jail rehabilitation. So if we could go to that, if we could pull up the PowerPoint again. And Jeff Rockwell, Assistant CEO, is here as well as General Services, and he'll go through that presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. As we shift gears here and look at the main jail rehabilitation project, let me just kind of walk you through some of the background on that, as well as some of the facts and figures. I don't know about maintenance,
but not maintenance.
I'd have to look at that. I don't want to give a.
And that's a big chunk of change.
It is. If we look at the main jail and the inmate population, the current census when this slide was prepared was 644 inmates. This represents a significant decrease from the pre-pandemic levels of 900 to 950 back as recently as March of 2020. In the post-pandemic era, the sheriff has expressed to your board in June where the population may be going, although this is something that we'll be looking at in more depth as we retain a consultant to look at and make jail inmate population projections into the future. You recall your board, the board was presented in June 21 staffing plans that looked at the cost of the number of staffing as well as the components of the main jail that would continue to be used at different population levels. We do anticipate the Northern Ranch Jail being fully operational or available to be operational starting in the first quarter of 22. And given the changing environment, as I mentioned, we've retained a consultant to look at population trends and going forward. In addition, your board will recall you provided direction to staff, county council, and the CEO's office to look at and start the process of removing any reference within our financing agreements with the state as related to AB 900 to any specific minimum jail rated beds. So let me talk a little bit about the need for the rehabilitation of the main jail. So the scope of the rehab is really critical to the longer term viability of the facility. Importantly, it's not driven by our specific jail population to the large extent, nor is it to the large extent, and we'll talk about the cost breakdown in a moment, a necessary reflection of our need to comply with the Disability Rights California class action lawsuit. The complex was constructed over a period of number of years from the 60s to the 90s. And the project really is looking at correcting building deficiencies in the electrical, mechanical, ADA areas of the facility, and also doing large scale maintenance, such as HVAC, structural improvements, interior efficiencies, security, electronics, as these projects have been deferred for the last number of years. The estimated cost of the project, as I'll break that down for you in a moment, is about $24.2 million. Your board recall in 2019, we considered this and have been signaling that this would be a candidate should the board decide to proceed with a COP issuance. We would fund this project from that debt financing. We do anticipate bringing back to your board next month an agreement for design services so that we can start the work on designing the construction documents for the new for the rehabilitation project. Here's a breakdown of the cost by component of the proposed project. You can see there's about $5.5 million related to ADA improvements and code compliance. Within the fire, life safety, ingress and path of travel is about $3.4 million. Deferred capital, these are projects that we have been waiting to do and deferring, is about $5.2 million. The total work of deferred capital related work is about $14 million. In addition, there's about $6 million related to creating medical and mental health areas and programming space within the main jail. And finally, the cost to design, project manage, et cetera, through the duration of the project is about $4 million. So this brings the total project cost to about $24.2 million. As our CEO mentioned, we had the opportunity to meet with many community members. I thought the meeting was really helpful. And I think as our CEO Minasato mentioned, it did help us shape our ultimate recommendation for your board's consideration today. But the concerns expressed by the community was that do not rehabilitate areas of the jail that will no longer be needed and used. And I think we're following the plan for renovating, rebuilding, or building new areas be more modern and consider direct supervision models, such as we are doing in the Northern Branch Jail. Third was to plan for areas to allow greater out of cell time and attributes to ensure appropriate conditions for inmates and staff, and to really think longer term for ways to better support the rehabilitation of inmates. So with that, we've identified and included in your board material today 4 options. And while these are not exhaustive, they do, I think, express kind of the gamut of possibilities for your board's consideration. The first option was to simply proceed with the rehabilitation project outlined in the board report and as I've just discussed. And that was really to initiate the design for the critical components in the ADA to improve only those areas that will continue to be used. Obviously, once designed, that would come back to your board prior to going out to bid to ensure that it is consistent with your board's priorities. As I said, the estimated cost of that project is about $24.2 million and it'd be funded through COP should your board approve that. And the estimated time required to achieve that is 3.5 to 4 years. Option 2, as outlined in your board report, is really similar to option 1, but adds an assessment of the longer-term inmate housing and programming space needs on the main jail campus or additional beds in Northern Branch Jail. The idea is to initiate this assessment to include direct supervision models for replacing beds at either the main jail or additional beds at the Northern Branch Jail, to consider results of the jail population study currently underway, and to return to your board again once that's been completed for further direction. The estimated cost is about 24.9 million, so about 700 for the assessment. The assessment is, as envisioned, is fairly robust. It includes not only assessment of kind of needs, the evaluation of diversion projects and programs that the effect they have on the population, but also to look at and put some concepts together with respect to what the South County Jail campus could look like and where those facilities might be located, what facilities might be removed, or demolished, and how that works on the campus. We'll also do a complete assessment of existing capacity of the site, both from a utility standpoint as well as a circulation standpoint, and also then to put some cost estimates and numbers together for the board's consideration. So the assessment is fairly robust. I think what we would likely do is put that in kind of steps. And so they're incremental, and then kind of have some approval processes through those steps before we just go out and do a complete assessment. So that's how I would envision that. So that's option 2, and that is what we're recommending. Options 3 and 4. Option 3 is to proceed with a reduced rehabilitation of the main jail. Again, as I mentioned, the need to do rehabilitation is really separate and apart from the ultimate population for the vast majorities of the complex. And option 3 is the potential to construct the STAR facility in Northern Branch Jail. And we throw that out only as I think it's been brought up by the sheriff, but also is because it's a facility that we, the county, have put design into as we were considering the potential for state grant a number of years ago. And so we kind of have an idea of what that would look like in footprint. The Northern Branch Jail was permitted with respect to the IR, et cetera, assuming that was going to be in place. And so that's a low threshold, low barrier to increasing the total beds here on the Northern Branch Jail. It does not, we do need an assessment, obviously, and that assessment would be informed by the projection study. It would replace some or all the beds with a new facility at Northern Branch Jail, updating the STAR design. That project cost is roughly $67.1 million. And we currently do not have funding identified for the larger project, nor have we had an opportunity to really, until the design's done, to really understand the operational cost impact. And that obviously is a budgetary impact as well. So the number here on the screen is really for the construction of the facility. So the time required of that is 2.5 to 3 years just to do the rehab of the main jail, the portions of the main jail, and then 4 to 6 years to do a new facility in development. Option 4 is, in lieu of doing some additional beds at Northern Branch Jail, is at the main jail. Proceed with the reduced rehabilitation and demolish areas and construct a new housing unit at the main jail. So similar to option 3, except that the location is different. And so that estimated cost will range. It's up to $60.3 million. Again, it's not a project we have funding for identified at the moment. And we'd, again, similar to option 3, we'd have to look at what the long-term operational costs for staffing and maintenance of the facility. So those are the kind of the 4 options that we have laid out for you. And again, they're not exhaustive. There's other options that your board may want us to consider, and we're happy to look at those. Our recommendation is to proceed with option 2. We think this is the least expensive alternative currently to address the immediate deferred capital, ADA deficiencies, and court-approved settlement requirements. We believe the amount of time required to accomplish this option is considerably shorter than either option 3 or 4, and it really provides us adequate time to thoroughly develop the needs assessment, forecast future requirement for rated capacity in a post-pandemic environment, and to evaluate the need for additional programs, diversion, and or inmate housing capacity. So with that, I will stop and be happy to answer any questions I might. As Mona Miyasato mentioned, General Services is here as well, should those questions get beyond my ability to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Frapwell. Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Williams.
So my question may be more for the sheriff or Chief Osuski. Can anybody tell me how we distinguish who goes to the North Branch Jail and who we house in the main jail? I know some people have talked about, well, it's where family is closest. I know that certain groups need to be separated. But is there also an element of what services or what rehab or what programs or what incentives? It seems like that's a fundamental question to know how we're going to assign one in relation to what the other offers.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, the chair. I'm hoping Chief Lazarus is still on the line.
Sheriff Brown and Chief Oslewski. So maybe Sheriff Brown, would you like to?
Let me just jump in and start that, and I'll flip it over to Chief Wozlowski to flesh it out a little bit. But in answer to your question, Supervisor Hartman, the jail in the north will be a full service standalone jail. In other words, it will still have the capacity for local law enforcement agencies and sheriff's deputies to book inmates into that facility. So it will be not just a holding facility, it will be a full service facility. And so a certain percentage or a certain amount of the capacity of that jail will be taken up in that respect. It'll also be the place that we would preferably move inmates who have to be transported to court in North County. So they would be transported from the Northern Branch Jail rather than the current situation where they're transported from the south. And then there are also going to be considerations in terms of what amenities and what programs are available for particular inmates that might be available in the south and perhaps not available in the north, or vice versa, that would go into that decision. And as you mentioned, the location of the inmates' families would weigh into this as well in terms of trying to make it more convenient for visitation and such. But let me turn it over to Chief Wozlowski to get his comments as well.
Thanks, Sheriff. Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. It is going to be a very complicated and complex equation to try and figure out who exactly is going to be at either facility. It's going to depend an awful lot on classification and the amount of rated beds in each facility. Obviously, we do about a 50-50 split, goes, wobbles a little back and forth between North and South County at different times. But with only 346 rated beds up in the North County and the rest remaining in the South County, that's going to, we wouldn't be able to necessarily split it 50-50 down the middle. There are some programs such as, the reunification program that's going to be going on at the Northern Branch Jail, and programs such as the canine rehabilitation program, things that might not be readily available at the South Jail. But there's also programs like the JBCT, restoring felony ISTs, that's only going to be offered in the South. So we're going to have to do a juggling, and it's going to be very complicated, and it's going to have to be done on the fly, because we don't know exactly who's in custody at any given moment. So it's going to change probably pretty dynamically, and that's as best as of an answer as I can get you.
So if I might, if I understand, then both basically have to be full service facilities.
Yes, that's correct. We're going to have booking, and we're going to have medical and mental health services at both places. We're going to try and mirror all the programming at both facilities, but obviously some are going to be north and some are going to be held south, just because we don't have the bandwidth to do 100% of them at each one.
I have two more questions. Do all jail rooms have to have bars? Do they all have to be cells?
Not necessarily. You know, I had a colleague of mine a long time ago tell me that, you know, if you built me a barn, I could make it a jail. The bars are just a design feature of our linear type facility, and a plain door or even a wide open dormitory style. It really depends on what style of design that you're looking at and what kind of housing area you're operating.
Supervisor Hartman, I would just add to that, the answer to that question directly is no, because our Northern Branch Jail doesn't have a single bar in it. It's designed in such a way that there are no bars. The cells have a significant amount of glass that allow light and surveillance into them. And we do have also dormitory style housing that is just open in terms of the open bunks in the areas there as well. And there are no bars. So as mentioned by the chief, the reason that we have so many bars in the South is just because of the vintage and the design at the time was a linear situation. And we've come a lot further than that in terms of good corrections policy, and have moved away from the bar, the visualization of having any bars.
My final question just has to do with what kind of visitation do you see in both facilities? My understanding was a lot of the North Branch Jail will be through video conferencing rather than direct visits. And I'd like to know if that's correct. And then what do we see at the main jail?
Why don't you take that?
Okay, you are correct that when the facility was designed in the North County, it did not include any visitation area for contact or in-person visitation. It is designed for video visitation exclusively. The standards have changed since then. However, our facility was grandfathered in because it would have created a design change that would have been very costly to the project if we had switched there. However, our facility here in South County already has those visitation rooms, and that will continue. We do have a plan to move towards tablets for all the inmates in South County as well as in North County, which will afford their visitation on the tablets themselves that they possess, so that we will have both video conferencing and in-person visitation in the South. That's how somebody wants to come and visit.
And Supervisor Hart, if I can just add also that although the Northern Branch Jail is designed as a video visitation facility, we do also have, for example, a family reunification room built in there, and our intention is to utilize some of the other areas in the facility, the larger classrooms and others, to have family reunification and parenting reunification opportunities there as well. So it's not going to be exclusively video, but it will be primarily video visitation.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Well, I have a significant concern that the options outlined in terms of revamping the main jail undercount our actual expenses. And I want to make sure I asked for this before to be disclosed to all 5 of us, but I have this information and I want to make sure it's available to you. Our yearly cost of maintenance at the main jail in the last 5 years has been, so per year, the average of the last 5 years has been $6.08 per square foot. That combined with the cost of utilities, which the utilities is $705,696 a year, is $1.6 million a year. I submit to you that the main jail is a money pit, and you usually don't get better as facilities age. It usually gets worse. And so when we look at options 1 and 2, it's not just 24 million, it's 24 million plus this $1.6 million that will only increase as the facility continues to age. And when we don't even know how much of the facility will be necessary to house our inmate population. Essentially, we're doing this before we've done the analysis of how much we would actually need. So just to make sure I have a question of Mr. Frapwell. So the figures that you gave me, if you total up, indicate that, because not all 1.6 would be avoided if we built a new facility, right? That we would be essentially spending $466,000 a year more than what a state-of-the-art facility would be. Meaning, you said that a per square foot for a well-maintained detention facility is $3.60 per square foot, multiplied by the total square footage, combined with the 15-cent savings from utilities, is $466,000. That's not also to mention what the additional cost of doing outside time at the main jail is going to be over a direct supervision. So I don't know if Chief Osluski has had some time to think about that since our previous conversations, but so I just want to know, I mean, how much more overtime are we going to be paying every year because of the increased outdoor requirement that we wouldn't spend in a direct supervision unit? Chief, do you have any thoughts on that, or any information of estimate of difference in staffing costs?
Well, the traditional housing areas that we have is more staff intensive than a direct supervision model, because you have to move people from place to place without decentralizing services. So we need people to escort and to move people through the facility that we wouldn't see in a direct supervision housing. You asked, someone asked earlier about the differences between the Northern Branch jail and the main jail, and how the difference in operating costs wasn't as dramatic as one would have thought. And there is an administrative element to opening up a full service facility. So that administrative costs had to be added to those costs of just supervision. If you just added cells, you're looking at 64 to 1, and that's all you look at. That's all you see. But when you have a standalone facility, you have to do all the other stuff that you have to have the cooks to make the meals, and administrators to schedule the staffing and all the other things that adds up into that operating cost. So I think that when you look at replacing the rated beds in the main jail with a new facility, you would be avoiding or not having to add the additional operating costs of administration that's already in place. So I think that you would see a reduction in operating costs per inmate. How much of one, I'm not quite so certain. The overtime, however, is really something that's been a structural staffing deficiency for quite a long time here, and we've continually busted our overtime budget, regardless of how close we've been to our approved positions. So I think to answer your question, we're going to continue to use overtime. We're going to have to in order to operate this facility until we get some relief in the form of additional resources. I know that's probably not what you wanted to hear, but.
Well, no, I mean, it's not what I want to hear in general, because it's bad news, but I just think that this board needs to know that 24 million doesn't really just mean 24 million. It means 24 million plus an additional $466,000 a year that we really shouldn't be having to spend in maintenance and utilities, plus a large unknown of additional staffing costs. And what is our biggest cost driver? Staffing costs. We have not even performed the analysis of how much staffing costs these options are going to create. So we're being asked today to pursue a path that is an unknown amount of millions more. And I hope we would ask for better information than that.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Supervisor Levanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I guess the answer to an unknown amount of money would just be to say, well, the way to fix it is $120 million to build a new facility, which is awesome and would really cut down on the maintenance. But unless you know of a place that has $120 million that I don't know, we've got to swallow some tough medicine here and do things that, I mean, this isn't, the way I look at this is 30 years of neglect, right? And you can't fix it in a year. So we did what I think was prudent, which was to build the new facility. I would, and based on what Chief Wazalewski is saying, that as long as you have two facilities, you're going to have these extended costs administratively. And that's why I always had preferred that we have one large North County facility and a small booking station with, very downsized footprint in Santa Barbara. The sheriff has rejected that idea. That's his call. But there's no, I don't know if this was just an epiphany or not, but that facility down there is a money pit. It has been for 20 years, and it's not going to get better. You're right. So the problem is, where do we go from here? Now, we could do nothing and just wait, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse, which we can't do. We're under some restrictions as well and some legal push that we have to do option one. And I think no matter what the other options are, option one has to be done regardless. So, I'm fine with moving forward on option one, but option two is really option one, but bringing back to us, hey, let's figure out what else we're going to do here, and let's find a way forward that makes more sense. So I get what you're saying, but there is the only easy, quote unquote, easy way out of this is just to build a new facility. Unfortunately, that's not easy because we can't afford it. We can't afford the one, we're barely affording the one we just built. So, at a time when the state was going to match, and provide us all the construction costs, we decided at that time not to do it. And now we're looking back saying, man, we wish we had those, but you know what? We would still kind of be in the same position because even that STAR facility wouldn't replace the South County Jail. So at some point, we got to look at that elephant and say, how do we eat this thing? And you got to do it one bite at a time. And it's option one right off the bat. For the first time, what I'm happy about is that I think is the good news is that for the first time, we're going to actually do some rehabilitation on that place down there. And we've identified a way to do it. And we've all supported issuing a COP to deal with those first problems. So I'm really open-minded about what option 2 looks like, whether that means we add on to the North County Jail and we minimize the size of the South County Jail. And I appreciate your demand for more information, but for me, I feel like we've got to move forward. And that is, to me, option 2, which is still, option 2 still gives us all that room to maneuver. You know what probably would have been the best thing is have that fire move a little bit in a different direction, get all our inmates out and let that thing burn down and start over again. That didn't happen. So I'm for option 2.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, and I appreciate that we reasonable people can disagree on what is dealing with a terrible situation. And I agree with Supervisor Lavanino's assessment that this is like the compounding of years of kicking problems down the can. And I really appreciate you and the supervisors that approved the Northern Branch Jail, because as much as I'm, not enthusiastic about the cost of that, it was a much better decision than doing nothing. And it will maybe provide us a path. But none of these options are what I have been advocating for. What I have been advocating for is that we do the minimum rehab for safety. That's substantially would decrease that cost and use that savings to instead build additional direct supervision units. 2, I don't know, I guess I could be negotiated to 3, that's 64 or 96 beds, and that we not overbuild before we actually perform the analysis of what is needed. My belief is that those that have threatened litigation against us believe that direct supervision is more humane. It also happens to be cheaper for us. And so offering to them 2 or 3 direct supervision units and potentially to deal with the sheriff's operational problem that having fewer beds would create, have main jail, a certain number of main jail beds as overflow that cannot be occupied all the time. But that does not require us to do the terms of the settlement. I think we should renegotiate the settlement in a way that is more humane, saves us money over the long run, and does not put us in a situation where we continue to throw money into this money pit.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. We still have public comment and then final deliberations on this. We have not taken a break at all this morning. I need to give our interpreter a 5-minute break here. So we're going to break for 5 minutes, then come back for public comment and deliberations. For agenda management purposes, when this item is complete, we will then break for lunch. It will be a shorter lunch, and then we'll be coming back for departmental item number 3 after that. Thank you. All right, welcome back. All right, we're on departmental item number 2. And at this time, Madam Clerk, do we have public comment on this item?
Chair Nelson, excuse me, Chair Nelson and members of the board. Yes, we have 9 requests to speak on this item.
All right. Please proceed.
And we will begin on Zoom with Barbara Murray, to be followed by Maureen Earls. Barbara?
Actually, before Ms. Murray goes, let's go ahead and close public comment on this item. Ms. Murray, when you're ready.
Hi, thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you today. I am the mother of a daughter who is unfortunately one of the number 11 that the crisis team, I have part of the problem with being a parent of someone with mental illness is that you are not allowed to have information about the arrests, or it's just, we're so limited on what we can have. I would like to know the amount of mental ill cases that are now currently incarcerated in the jail, because I know that they're eating up valuable money as far as how much supervision they have to have, how difficult it is. It's been, my daughter was arrested the first time just as COVID hit in 2020. She was in jail for about 9 months before she was sent to the state hospital where she got her medication. Okay, she got released to telecare and then was released to a step down program. And that's where the breakdown occurred as far as trying to get her into housing and having her see a psychiatrist and making it mandatory. It just broke down. And then once again, she returned to her delusions, which culminated in her second incarceration. I don't know what happened with the crisis team. They were called, but she was arrested and she had a felony. She is a felony and was on probation. And a lot of the breakdown also happens when they do a 5150 and are sent to either cottage or what happens is they deem them competent when they are not suicidal. And that's pretty much the only criteria. So they dump them back in the streets or to their families for us to deal with. And after this happens a couple of times, then they end up back in jail. So, you know, I just hope that I applaud everything that you're trying to do in helping the jail system, as well as helping families. And I know there's been tremendous amount of money from the federal government toward the mental illness and the homelessness issue that is in Santa Barbara. So I just, you know, I just think it behooves the council to do anything they possibly can with the holistic defenses has really helped, but it seems to be a breakdown when it comes to housing. And then having the psychiatric hospital, there's only 4 in the state of California. And so this problem multiplied my problem times 1,000,000 in the state alone. It is a huge problem, but if we address that and try to get these people out of the jail system and into getting the help that they desperately need.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. That is your time.
We will remain on Zoom for Maureen Earls, to be followed by Bill Mockler. Maureen?
Ms. Earls?
Maureen, it appears you might not have a speaker device attached to your Zoom. Along with that invitation, there is a phone call to call in if you do not have a microphone device attached to your Zoom account. So I'm going to move on, but if you could please call back in, I will come back to you momentarily. We will now go to Bill Mockler, to be followed by Walcott Gibbs.
Good morning, Chair Nelson, members of the board. Bill Mackler with Santa Barbara Defenders.
and I would like to address the main jail renovation. Our group, led by Jeff Chambliss, in favor of setting the rated capacity of the main jail back to its original of 864 beds. This approach post the opening of the Northern Branch Jail clearly furthers the carceral state and an altogether outdated model of criminal justice. The board has a unique opportunity now to put the brakes on that and chart a new course, a course that we strongly believe reflects the wants and needs of our county's residents. Less incarceration, we believe, will not only reduce recidivism and crime rates generally, but it will put a literally concrete limit on our shamefully disproportionate record of locking up the poor and disempowered. In my 30+ years of criminal justice experience throughout California, I've never seen a jail other than during a pandemic run under capacity. It's just not a thing. Chief Wazaliski's data reflects that if you are Hispanic in Santa Barbara County today, you are 3 times as likely to be incarcerated in our jail than if you are white. If you are African American, you are at least 5 times as likely to be locked up in our jail than if you are white. And if you're African American, you happen to be twice as likely to be locked up in our county jail than if you're Hispanic. Until we remediate these alarming disparities in the way incarceration is doled out right here in Santa Barbara County, we should freeze all spending projects to increase the size of our jails. The 2 myths supporting the claim that we need more rated capacity are that the Murray v. DRC stipulated judgment requires the county to restore the main jail's original rated capacity. That's just not true. The other myth is that the Board of State and Community Corrections funds made available to build the North Branch Jail obligated the county to maintain at least 1,000 county system-wide jail beds. That's also not true. Even with option 2 that's being proposed, you're being asked to spend $25 million and who knows how much more to design a roof, HVAC, and security for the entire main jail complex footprint under consideration. We urge most strenuously to take pause to consider the wisdom of paying an architectural firm significant taxpayer funds before we know what the footprint of the facility will be, which is of course a question of what the board deems the total rated capacity of the main jail should be going forward. You're being asked to approve this major expenditure before all relevant data on the rated capacity of the facility has been submitted, much less examined in a transparent process with sufficient opportunity for public comment, or what our group favors, a vote by the public. You're being asked to move ahead with the proposal without a clear understanding of how that may obligate the board to go along with proposals to increase the rated capacity down the road. There's plenty of data available now, but we should improve our understanding and adopt a data-driven approach. We'd suggest that the board wait for the CEO's study by the firm that it retained to do the population projection study before it acts today. Let's not put the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Walcott Gibbs, to be followed by Pam Flint Tambo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear? This is Lynn Gibbs from NAMI, Santa Barbara County. My husband is Walcott. NAMI Santa Barbara County joins the county CEO's office in supporting option 2 as the most reasonable alternative for the jail remodel. But our focus is on diverting persons with mental illness to community-based treatment and treatment beds outside the jail. For several years, behavioral wellness has taken an annual jail snapshot showing that on each given day measured, 56 to 60% of inmates in the jail had at one time been behavioral wellness clients, whereas only 5% were being served when arrested at the time of the 2020 snapshot. That's a considerable gap in treatment. We've made impressive progress in diverting persons on misdemeanors from arrest. We in NAMI now advocate placing a commensurate focus on the divert to what question. What level of treatment is needed to successfully support recovery once someone with mental illness leaves the jail to keep them from returning and thus reducing the jail population? We support a forensic component of assisted outpatient treatment that would enhance our AOT program with WellPath and judges making referrals of those for whom a civil court program is more appropriate than criminalization. We can think of this as a critical element optimizing the treatment courts. In LA County, its successful AOT program actually began with a forensic pilot that reduced reincarcerations by 78% for persons in the program. Imagine if we could achieve that. And I should mention, we have a wonderful new AOT manager at Behavioral Wellness, whose name is Chris Lee. Yesterday, he spoke to our NAMI Public Policy Committee. And we're really fortunate that this is exactly the type of in-depth experience that he has in LA County. And we believe that he could bring it to our county with significant success. So this said, not everyone in the jail on felony charges, especially those with the most serious mental illness who are incompetent to stand trial, you heard from one of the mothers, are ready for outpatient treatment. Approximately 1,700 of them are currently languishing in California jails, including ours, awaiting placement in the overwhelmed state hospital system. The California Supreme Court recently affirmed that IST defendants must be diverted from jails to treatment within 28 days. And this isn't happening. This crisis of jail boarding is hitting the counties hard, and it's about to hit harder. As a consequence, California has appointed a statewide IST solutions work group. And part of that solution is $250 million by the Department of State Hospitals.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs.
Allocated to such facilities.
Thank you,
So
Ms.
we
Gibbs.
believe
that is your time.
We will now go to Pam Flint Tambo to be followed by Lena Mallet.
Hello. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm Pam Flint Tambo, and I represent the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara, and we're the South County League here. We appreciate the opportunity to comment regarding the plans to remodel the South County Jail and to set key criminal justice goals and priorities. In recent months, we have had the opportunity to meet with the public safety department heads and staff members, as well as with CEO Mona Mayasato and General Services Director Jeanette Pell and other key staff, such as retired Judge Cheryl Ellsworth. We urge you to adopt the county CEO's and staff's recommendation for option 2 in the main jail rehabilitation project. Option 2 allows consideration of key innovations in design, such as open floor plans, better access to exercise, and direct supervision by corrections staff. These changes can lead to improved living and working conditions, improve the health and longevity of corrections staff, reduce jail violence, and most importantly, reduce recidivism. We appreciate the ongoing collaborative effort by our public safety department folks to improve the criminal justice system in our county, particularly the intake assessment. An intake assessment is critical in determining those who need to be held in jail upon arrest and those who do not. We encourage our public safety leaders to continue to coordinate and collaborate to strengthen the intake assessment process. A holistic perspective before arraignment will reduce the jail population by only incarcerating those who really need to be there. So thank you for your ongoing earnest efforts to improve the criminal justice system in our county.
Thank you.
And it appears Lena Mallet is no longer with us, so we will go to Suzanne Uwarden to be followed by Gail Asherenko.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, I'm the director of Families Act, and we're a nonprofit that was started in Santa Barbara 15 years ago by a number of mothers who lost their adult children with mental health conditions. And our main interest from day number one, based on the incredible suffering we all went through, and the losses that we incurred was that people with mental health conditions and behavioral health conditions be treated in an effective and compassionate way, not necessarily in a jail setting. In many, many instances, we've had the occasion to see that people who had an argument about a pack of cigarettes in front of the jail or misunderstood the intention of a singer in a local restaurant because they had a mental health condition, ended up sitting in our jail for months and years at a time when there was no real harm done. I mean, there could have been, but there wasn't. So we got involved in this whole discussion long ago, and we were opposed to the STAR complex because the STAR facility was a suggestion that was not a bad one. It had merit, but our trust in the Sheriff's Department's capacity to treat inmates with compassion and respect and provide the kind of treatment that was needed had been violated, frankly. And so our position has been all along, people with mental health conditions need to be treated outside of a jail facility. There is a place once in a while for a short period of time for this kind of detention. And therefore, our main concern in this discussion is that there be enough funding available for our county to continue to increase the options for treatment, and some of it will need to be in secure facilities for a time. Effective and compassionate mental health treatment and behavioral health treatment outside of a jail. So today's discussion was confusing. It's not clear which solution is the best. I kind of agree with Supervisor Williams that it might be best to look at the analysis of what we actually need and where we're going before we spend any money and make any changes, although officially we had supported option 2. But I trust that you as a group will make the best decisions, knowing that, you know, we have a huge problem in this county, as we have all across the entire country, of people who are dysregulated mentally and whose behavior is really affecting all of us. It's the responsibility of every single resident of Santa Barbara County to turn this picture around. And the solutions are not easy, but we can do it. I know that we can do it. Thank you so very much for your consideration today.
Thank you.
We will now go to Gail Osherenko to be followed by Maureen Earls, who is our final speaker. Gail?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Chair Nelson and supervisors, thank you for holding this hearing today. Thank you to all the people who have spoken and the many who are League of Women Voters and CLU have spoken with to get us to this point. We really appreciate what you're doing. I'm not here to speak on behalf of the League, but in my personal capacity, after listening to what to all the good information this morning. And I guess my message is, we can do this. We can reduce the number of people in the jail if we give the full backing to Judge Ellsworth and probation department and the public defender and the district attorney to keep on working on what they're working with. If we listen and follow all the advice of the people speaking about the needs of mental health today, I really appreciate the efforts that Supervisor Williams is making to find a path and another alternative. So let me suggest option 5, which is the latter half of option 2. Let's get that assessment done. Let's really look hard at what's the real population number we need to serve. Let's work on getting those populations down. Let's get things rolling so we move into the new North Branch jail and see how it works. And let's hold off on spending a lot of money to rehab something that is going to cost us a lot in the long run and isn't going to leave us with a humane jail. We need to make a really radical decision here. So see if you can sort of separate the latter half of option 2 and focus on that before you spend a lot of other money. And thank you all for the great effort you're making to solve these issues.
Thank you.
We will now go to our final speaker, Maureen Earls. And Maureen, you are on the phone, so you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Ah,
Please
good.
proceed.
Thank you. The CLU Criminal Justice Work Group joins the League of Women Voters in supporting the board approval of CEO Mona Miyasato's option 2 for the main jail rehabilitation project. First of all, we want to thank the board for the important decision to direct the county to hire an expert jail population projection analyst to help us plan for the future size of the South County Jail based on the best available data. Secondly, the option 2 reflects commitment to community input in the future. We want to thank CEO Mona Miyasato for recognizing this value and recently arranging a productive meeting with CLU and League of Women Voters and her staff involved in the jail project. We asked the supervisors to approve the CEO assessment team request so that we have time to consider together our research on alternative housing models that could reduce the overall cost of the jail remodel, including pre-release supportive housing. And finally, the option 2 recognizes the important need for an updated humane jail structure and assessing how we might remodel the housing for direct supervision with rooms, not cells, and in-person supervision, replacing remote monitors. This structure, as a new North County jail, recognizes the right of every person to a humane environment, results in healing and reduced returns to jail, and therefore safer communities, and finally improves the health and well-being of the jail officers and staff. So we have 2 months before the completion of the population study, and we ask approval for option 2 to allow the community to work with the CEO assessment team to consider alternative structures. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
All right, back to the board.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Hart.
Yeah, I just want to thank the public commenters today, CLU, Santa Barbara Defenders, NAMI, Families Act, and the League of Women Voters have really done their homework on this issue and have contributed a lot to the dialogue. I support option 2 primarily because it is an incremental step. We're not buying the whole $24 million project. We're doing design. We're doing the jail population study. We're getting that information that's going to come back to the board before we make a further decision. So I think that will inform the ultimate course, and that's a way to get more information to make the right choice in the long run. But I'd just like to take a couple minutes to frame this issue in the way that I see it, because I hope it's helpful. We had our first racial equity hearing at the board on the criminal justice system back in June of 2020, almost a year and a half ago. And since that first hearing, we've taken a very thoughtful and considered steps that have begun to reform our criminal justice system with the primary goal to improve public safety for all Santa Barbara County residents. We've developed a new understanding of what is possible as innovative services have come online and our jail population has been significantly reduced throughout the pandemic. While we've made significant progress, we also have a lot of work ahead as we continue to identify policy changes that will prevent harm, support victims and survivors of crime, and advance public safety in an equitable manner that saves taxpayers money now and in the future. In 2019, Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice, a coalition of thousands of crime victims and survivors throughout California and the nation, released a report titled California Crime Survivors Speak. This research effort sought to identify the perspectives and priorities of victims and survivors of crime in California. And the study found some very interesting things. Only 14% of crime victims currently feel very supported by the criminal justice system after they experienced a crime. By a nearly 5-to-1 margin, victims say that prison either makes it more likely someone will commit crimes or has no public safety impact at all. And more than 8 out of 10 victims want people with mental illness placed in mental health courts, mental health treatment, and other alternatives to traditional criminal courts and jails. I open with these findings because it's important for us to put the needs of victims and survivors at the forefront of our criminal justice reform efforts. We need to prioritize their needs by investing in evidence-based programs that prevent future harm and help communities recover in the aftermath of harm. We have an opportunity to do this by investing in supportive community-based programs and not returning to the pre-pandemic system that heavily relied on incarceration. In 2020, we had an average daily population at the Santa Barbara County Jail of 905 inmates. As of September 2021, we have an average daily population of 611. That's gone up with the most recent information we have to about 635 today. This reduction is mostly due to the extension of the zero bail regulations adopted by the courts to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in the jail. Going forward, however, there are numerous other state policies, legal decisions, and local programs that will keep our jail population from rising to pre-pandemic levels. The California Supreme Court's Humphrey decision asserts that denying someone their freedom because of their inability to pay bail is unconstitutional, and the courts must examine all non-monetary release options before requiring bail for most crimes. If a court determines that money bail is required, it must be set at a level that is affordable for the individual. If a court determines that public safety or the person's appearance at court cannot be reasonably guaranteed, then bail can be denied. This decision means that many people who were previously in custody for low-level offenses due to their inability to pay will no longer have a financial barrier keeping them in custody. Additionally, Governor Newsom signed multiple laws this year aimed at reducing incarceration, including SB 73, which eliminates mandatory minimum jail and prison sentences for nonviolent drug offenses, AB 1228, which reduces the incarceration of people for technical violations of probation, and SB 317, which increases alternatives to incarceration and justice involvement for people with mental illness. There are many initiatives underway locally to provide people with support and accountability in the community. This includes the Probation Department's expanded pretrial supervision program, the Public Defender and Department of Behavioral Wellness's Credo 47 Center and Diversion Program, and the Sheriff and Department of Behavioral Wellness's award-winning co-response program. All these services are making a difference by keeping our communities safe and providing many people with non-carceral interventions. In these tough economic times, we must focus on solutions that work. We can't simply afford to do otherwise. In 2018, it was reported that in Santa Barbara County, incarceration costs $42,000 annually per prisoner, not including the added expenses of trial preparation or medical attention to house an inmate at the jail. The fully loaded costs are closer to $60,000 per year. We need better interventions that show better results and save taxpayers money, because the cost of operating the county's criminal justice departments constitute nearly 25% of the county's operating budget. These costs are the elephant in the room. Can we take care of everyone in a community-based setting? No. Incarceration remains the only option for many people who have committed very serious offenses that have caused harm to members of our community. We must figure out how we can better provide these individuals with the services that are needed in jail to help turn their lives around and prevent future harm. However, we can provide care, support, supervision, and accountability for many people in a non-custody setting, especially the people who have remained in the community over the past year. There have been many statements over the past year about how violent crime is rising and about how we need to maintain 1,000 plus jail beds to preserve capacity for a serious crime wave. This notion should be challenged. Throughout the pandemic, the jail has continued to house people who have committed violent offenses, and the jail population has hovered at or below approximately 600 inmates. There is no shortage of jail beds for people who have committed serious offenses that threaten the safety of our community. What really is being argued is that we need to maintain capacity so that we can return to incarcerating people for nonviolent offenses that stem from trauma, poverty, addiction, and mental illness. In summary, I'm continuing to advocate for maintaining a low jail population because it is what many crime victims and survivors are asking for. It is key to reducing recidivism and increasing community well-being. It's the direction that the state and other counties are going because it saves taxpayers money. And most importantly, it's the right thing to do at this moment in history. I'll stop there and very interested to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Levanino.
Well, thank you. And I just want to thank Supervisor Hart for taking, a strong lead on this. I've kind of taken my cue, and I was really glad that you referenced victims at the beginning. I think that's an important part that we have to continue to talk about in our presentations, that they're also being shortchanged in this. My only concern with all of this is that, at the same time, we have to keep our eye on what's happening out on the street, what's happening in the real world. I mean, the theory that we're all working from is that, diverting folks and those types of things is, and it could be a sea change, the way different societies are dealing with crime. I guess the proof is in the pudding. We'll see how this all plays out. I'm not going to sit around and hope that crime goes up to prove a point. Obviously, I want to see this thing succeed as much as anybody else does, and I think we're all moving in the right direction. And I appreciate the way that this board's, all coming together behind this issue. And I think it was really important also to point out that those folks that have been speaking have been here for years trying to get us to go down this road. And finally, they're feeling that they're being heard. So again, thank you for your leadership on this. And I'll be, I slowly moving in that direction that I think the initial decisions that we made to, continually look at diverting low-level offenders is great. I just hope we continue to balance this as we move forward, but I'm in support of how we're handling this. And I think hearing from the community, their support for option 2 is strong as well.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Lavanio. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I also want to thank Supervisor Hart and the community and our CEO Miyasato and the people who've met with the community members to help us sift through this. I do have a question. I'd like to put my faith in a jail population study, but I wonder what it is. I mean, how does it looks to average number of people incarcerated? I mean, a lot of it is going to depend on the various kinds of processes we have in place that we're still trying to put in place. And I don't know if it'll give us something back if you're successful with these kinds of things, sobering centers, HMRCs, better testing when people are apprehended. If it'll look at those things, because ultimately for me, it comes down to, do I want to invest in the main jail or do I want to invest in these programs? And I'd rather invest in those programs, but I need to be assured that that might really get us somewhere and that we're not going to be stuck with inadequate facilities. So I'm not sure who might know. Thank you, CEO Miyasato.
That's a good question. And thank you, Supervisor Hartman. What the consultant will do is looking at using our own data, looking at projections, but the kinds of things that the model will look at is it can answer questions such as how many fewer jail beds would the county need if probation revocations were reduced by 25%? How many fewer beds would be needed if individuals with nonviolent offenses were released on their own recognizance? So it's talking about, here's your baseline projection given how things are today. And if you did these other interventions, this is what the model is saying you could do further. And so it's that type of, it's not just simply a projection, it's looking at what else could the county do according to this model, what the impact would be on beds.
And the people who are doing this study, will they be in close discussions with the various people in our departments who are trying to put these interventions
yes, absolutely.
into place?
They will be reliant on the sheriff and his data, as well as our probation department and of their justice partners.
Okay, well then I'm very supportive of option 2.
Right. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I very much appreciate the thought and the deliberation, both from the public and from my colleagues on the board. I I definitely think of the four options that are outlined, the least bad is option 2, but I'm not prepared to support it. Because I think it continues us moving along a path of, incarcerating, 1,000 people. And I don't think that that's the need of the county in the long run. And I think it sort of even transcends sort of my policy view. I tried to think about this, whether I was a tougher on crime or a more criminal justice reform person on the spectrum. If I was different, would my view about the main jail change? And I think it wouldn't. I think it's a bad investment, no matter what our ideological or policy goal is. I think it's a money pit. And the sooner that we retire wings of the main jail that cost more than other wings of the main jail, and even if that reduces our number of rated beds, the better. And use some funds to increase wings of direct supervision. I particularly think that the amount of money and figures we bantered about pales in comparison to the potential ticking time bomb of additional overtime costs because of the requirement to every day, 6 days a week, take a prisoner out for 3 hours a day. The main jail, that is going to be a large cost. In a direct supervision unit, it would be no cost. And this is going to be a problem. And I feel like, I suppose option 2 at least has one more possible off-ramp before we go there. And I appreciate staff for sort of framing that in that manner. So I am not going to criticize it heavily. I am just simply going to say I worry about where this is headed and want to, I guess, be the storm crow for the day and say, let's have our eyes wide open.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. And Supervisor Hartman, and I have a few comments myself.
So mine is just a quick question. Can the main jail be revamped to allow for a more direct supervision model?
Mr. Rappel.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So the shorter answer is, I think that is something we're going to challenge the design firm to look at. Is there a way, even in the linear design that we currently have in the main jail, is there a way to accomplish that? It's difficult, obviously, with the current configuration of those housing areas, but I don't know that it's impossible. I've had preliminary conversations with General Service with respect to how do we challenge that? How do we challenge the design firm to look at what is the realm of possible? And so that's something that we're going to be looking at. Obviously, we're going to be doing the design effort in parallel with the jail inmate projection, marry that information before the design process is longer than the jail projection study. So we'll have the benefit of the results of that study to be able to bring back to your board before we move forward.
One other quick question. If we do the rehab of the main jail with electrical and HVAC and roof, if we get it to that point, is it good money after bad, or would we rehab it enough where it's okay?
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. Let me see if I can take that question in two tacks. One is the bulk of the project, as currently contemplating, will address deficiencies in the main jail that are driving maintenance cost. So it is fully realistic to expect that the cost per square foot to maintain the portions of the main jail that benefit from the project should see some reduction. To what extent, I don't know. I can't sit here today and tell you what that number is. But we know that the elevated cost per square foot of maintaining it is a direct result of deferred maintenance over the last decade plus, and the shape in which it's in. And we know what the trajectory is on the increasing maintenance costs. So doing nothing will cost us more as well. So I do think from one side of your question, we should see some reduction in maintenance costs by doing the project. Are the retainer investments, can I say that's a 10-year payback? No, I can't. I don't want to tell you that because I don't believe that's the case. I would say that I think the second piece is that, as I mentioned, and is kind of more fully discussed in your board report, one of the challenges also for the design firm is to look at, as you marry the results of the projection study, and you marry the information the sheriff provided us in June with respect to kind of the different housing areas within the existing footprint. We do not want to put money into areas that are not needed. And so we won't be investing money in those areas. So that means we're only going to be investing money in areas that will continue to be needed into the future. So I hope that kind of addressed your question.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Supervisor Williams,
Yeah,
please.
I was
have
gonna
a couple
shut
of
up,
comments.
but this is $6.08 per square foot maintenance cost. And as we discussed, there's parts of the main jail that cost less than that. So that means there's wings of the main jail that cost more than that. Isn't this comparable or even more of a cost per square foot than some of the buildings that UN General Services are going to suggest to us at the county campus that we knock down and replace?
Supervisor
So
Williams.
hasn't this already gone to the point where normally, let's just say that we were just looking about this in terms of what would be the ideal situation. Normally, you would knock a building like this down and replace it just because of how large the costs are.
Supervisor Williams, the chair. I think that's one piece of the equation, right? When we're looking at the Cal Real master plan, for instance, and we're looking at the cost of maintenance for some of those facilities, we know what the cost is. The benchmark of what it should cost if that same facility was well maintained, that's the delta we're looking at. So here, obviously, at the 608 versus the 360 for a detention facility, 608 being our current cost of maintenance, 360 being kind of benchmark. It's $2.48 basically per square foot. So I think we're going to be looking at, even on the Cal Real campus, where's your biggest bang for your buck? So from a maintenance savings, where we see buildings that are $2.48, then that's equal footing on the jail. But that's again I think only one component of the decision to replace an aging facility. Excuse me. The other one is what we've spent a great deal of time talking about today, which is the functionality of that facility. So, I mean, I think the decision to replace an old facility is really complex, and I think maintenance cost is one component. Functionality is another component. Staff safety is a component. Compliance with codes and regulations components. I mean, I think it's a complex kind of conversation. But you're right, Supervisor Williams, that the delta in maintenance cost is a driving factor.
And my point is that the whole underpinning of their Cal master plan logic is that it'd be cheaper to borrow money and knock buildings down than to pay this level of maintenance cost. And I believe that logic follows along here. But
Supervisor Hartman.
Because of the Brown Act, I don't know what you're really seeking, Supervisor Williams. Could you explain?
I am seeking us renegotiating that. Yeah, this has been, I've repeated this. It's building 2 or 3 new wings of direct supervision. And the point of the DRC stipulated, agreement is that's difficult here is the idea that all beds would be rated, right? And that's the difficulty of replacing a whole lot of bad beds with a smaller number of fairly good beds. And my point is it would be better for us to have more direct supervision beds, even if it meant dramatically fewer rated beds at the main jail, and to segment some that could be used for overflow in limited conditions. And that would require a renegotiation with DRC. But I understand where you guys are going today. And I'm glad there's one more off ramp. But I think, there is another way to do this.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Williams. And I'm not gonna try to, I have a couple of questions just because I haven't asked any yet, but I'm gonna try to make it quick. I'm struggling with this bed number as well, because I don't want to put anybody in jail that doesn't need to be there. If there's another option, a diversion program, I'm a firm believer in those. But we've got to find there that spot of people that potentially are out victimizing somebody that maybe should have been in jail under a different standard if there was one. And I don't know if there's a way with these dashboards. Are we able to see crime that takes place or somebody that's arrested that was in a diversion program? Is that something that would be a byproduct on this? Because I think that's what we need to find out. Because if that's, what is that success rate there and what does that look like? And if that person was diverted from being in the jail, but then ended up committing a crime, that's kind of the impact that we're weighing. And I don't know, is that something we're going to eventually get from some of this data as we look at it, or can somebody help me out with that? Because I'm not sure if that's.
Chair Nelson, I think
there.
you're asking then you want to look at for those for new arrests, you're really looking at recidivism data.
Yeah, of
right?
course.
And so we can talk to probation, we can talk to the sheriff, what kind of data we can get. It's taken us this long just to get where we are. So
Sure.
I'm hesitant to add on more elements, but we can talk about our next meeting. We
So I
can certainly
think
do that.
that's what builds upon the need for those additional beds. What Supervisor Hart said, that we have all the beds we need for violent crime. Okay, well, check. Okay, but then I think there's a little bit buffer there where there's some additional bed space that's needed, that the tweeners there that might be more likely to recommit, that in the interest of not only victims but public safety in general, that maybe they should still be incarcerated for a period of time. The other issue, and sometimes, is there is a disincentive factor of knowing that, if I commit this crime, I may be incarcerated for some small period of time or a period of time. Or so I don't know exactly how that works in the criminogenic system, but it seems to that's what makes sense. Obviously, we'd rather have them in a program where they can rehabilitate themselves and get back to work. And we don't want to house people. I mean, it's expensive. It's a bad deal. I love infrastructure. I much rather be spending these dollars on roads and on buildings and parks and trails and other cool stuff that we would much rather do. But this is one of those necessary things and that we just have to do in county government. So in general, I'm cautiously optimistic. I want to understand a little bit more about the jail's capacity to help our whole criminal justice system as a tool, not as a solution, but as a tool. I think, I know in Santa Maria and in Lompoc, we have violent crime is really been on the rise through the pandemic. And so I think there's some type of, and maybe this is a trend that existed pre-pandemic and something that needs to be addressed. I don't know how the jail plays into that at all. If zero bail plays into that at all. We hopefully with these numbers, we can dial into that and see if that's the factor, because we're in Lompoc. The amount of shootings that are happening there is startling. And the way that our law enforcement resources are taxed there. It's way more than just a mental health issue there. Obviously there's some serious criminalistic behaviors that are terrorizing some of our communities in our county. And I'm concerned about that. I want to make sure that we have the tools to address those problems moving forward. So that's where I come from as we move forward with this. I also am supportive of option 2 as we eventually come to a motion if somebody ends up making one. So
I'll
anyway,
move the staff recommendation.
all right. So is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Oh, any opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion passes 4-1. Supervisor Williams dissenting. All right, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. It is 12:30. Let's try to be back. I believe we have no closed session today. So we will be back. My colleagues just need a half hour or 45 minutes. 30 is all right. Okay, let's try to be back here at 1 o'clock for departmental item number 3. Thank you. I don't know if we Okay, welcome back to the November 9th meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Next item up is the departmental item number 3. Madam Clerk, will you please read that item into the record?
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from Planning and Development. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the safety element update, climate change, vulnerability assessment, CCVA.
Ms. Plowman?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Today, as Ms. Alexander indicated, we have the first phase of the safety element that is before the board. Back in 2015, the state adopted Senate Bill 379, which directed us to amend our comprehensive plan and update the safety element to do one first, a vulnerability assessment that identifies the risks that climate change poses to the county. And 2, to develop some adaptation strategies to address those risks. Today, I have the consultant team and the staff team that is present, and they're going to be making a presentation to you of the findings of this vulnerability assessment. I'd like to introduce the people that are available to you today. We have Dan Clemon, who is the Deputy Director of Long Range Planning. We have David Lackey, our Supervising Planner, Whitney Wilkinson, who is the Project Manager, and then from PlaceWorks, who is our consultant that helped us develop this vulnerability assessment, we have Tammy Seal, Ellie Crispy, and Jacqueline Protzman. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Clemon, and then I think he will be turning over to Ms. Wilkinson for the presentation.
Yes, actually, at this point, I'll turn it right over to Ms. Wilkinson. She's very well adept and equipped to take over. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and members of the board. As Lisa and Dan just mentioned, my name is Whitney Wilkinson, and I'll be presenting to you today a briefing on the safety element update and climate change vulnerability assessment. And I also just wanted to acknowledge again, our consultant team from PlaceWorks is here virtually to help us with any questions you may have. Next slide. Next slide, please. There we go. So this is an overview of what I'll present. It includes what the Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment, or CCVA, as I'll be referring to it today, what it is and why we've completed one, the purpose of today's hearing, our approach to completing the CCVA, as well as our public engagement. We'll then get into some of the details on the methods, results, and key findings, and the next steps for the safety element update. Next slide, please. So let's get started. The CCVA analyzes how climate-related hazards may harm the unincorporated community, including community members and assets. We've analyzed the severity of the impacts of climate-related hazards, along with the ability to prepare for, respond to, and recover from climate-related hazards. Based on these factors, the CCVA helps identify the populations and assets most at risk of climate-related hazards. The CCVA is not a greenhouse gas inventory or climate action plan, and it's not a policy document that you'll be formally adopting. It's an informational document or study. Next slide, please. So why undertake this project? Well, state regulations now require the county to update its safety element with information on climate vulnerabilities and adaptation strategies, and the CCVA will help meet these state requirements. It's also important for the community to understand what potential harm climate change may bring. So at a basic level, the vulnerability assessment seeks to identify climate projections and hazards relevant to Santa Barbara County and what assets and populations are most vulnerable to these hazards. Next slide. The CCVA is also the first step in the safety element update. It provides the data, results, and findings that will be used in the next phases of the project, which will involve developing adaptation strategies, and updates the safety elements, goals, policies, and implementation measures as required by state law. So the purpose of today's hearing is to receive comments on the findings of the CCVA before moving into the next phase. Next slide. So at its core, the vulnerability assessment involves multiple steps: identifying the current and future hazards associated with climate change, identifying and mapping frontline communities, defined as those who experience the impacts of climate change earlier or to a disproportionately severe degree than others, identifying and mapping community assets of concern, and finally, assessing the vulnerability of these assets and frontline populations by assigning them a vulnerability score. Next slide. The CCVA was developed consistent with the state's guidance framework called the Adaptation Planning Guide, developed by Cal OES, which guided our work on the vulnerability assessment and will guide us in the next phase of the project when we do adaptation planning. Our team also used many data sources to compile information on climate change projections, hazards, and impacts. This included California's 4th climate assessment and the State Ocean Protection Council's sea level rise guidance, to name a couple, that provide the best available science on climate projections and impacts. To clarify, this project did not involve preparing any new climate modeling but used the projections available for our county from these state resources. Our team also made use of peer-reviewed scientific research and other local climate studies and vulnerability assessments developed by various agencies and academic researchers. We also gathered information from county staff, community stakeholders, and the public during our outreach process that ensured our information was accurate and locally relevant. Next slide. To further elaborate on our outreach and engagement process, we held 2 virtual community workshops, which some board members attended. We also convened a group of county departmental staff called the core team to advise on key topics and review work products. We held 9 topically focused meetings that allowed us to understand the adaptive capacity of the community. We met with the Equity Advisory and Outreach Committee, who advised us on frontline population and social vulnerability issues. We met with a number of stakeholders in one-on-one meetings, presented to the Agricultural Advisory Committee, and hosted a map on our project website that allowed community members to learn more about the project and to comment. Next slide. So after reviewing many data sources, the project team identified these climate change hazards, which are created or exacerbated by climate change. I'm going to highlight a few of the most critical ones here, but all hazards are fully described in the CCVA report and the board letter on page 5, and attachment 2 to the board letter, which is the project's climate stressors memo. So the first one is extreme heat, which occurs when temperatures rise above a certain threshold. And this threshold actually varies across the county based on the area's typical temperature range. For instance, this threshold is about 87 degrees along the South Coast, but it's 101 degrees in the Cuyama Valley. Both the number of extreme heat events and their duration are expected to increase with climate change. Inland flooding is expected to increase as well. This is because precipitation is expected to fall on fewer days in a year and fewer larger storms, resulting in an elevated flooding risk. In fact, large storms produced by atmospheric rivers and the severe flooding that can result are expected to increase with climate change in California. Debris flow and other landslide events are anticipated to increase as more precipitation falls during storm events, and hillsides more frequently have burn scars. Severe weather, which we've defined as including intense winds, lightning, hail, frost, and related events. These events are anticipated to increase in number on average every year. Wildfire, measured in the number of acres burned annually, is also projected to increase with climate change. Next slide, please. The slide shows you the categories of assets and populations that were assessed in the CCBA. They include frontline populations, which I'll go into in more detail in a moment, and infrastructure, buildings and facilities, economic drivers, ecosystems and natural resources, and key community services. Next slide. Frontline populations, again, are groups that experience impacts of climate change earlier and to a more severe degree, often due to socioeconomic or environmental pressures. As a shorthand, they experience climate change first and worse. A total of 22 frontline populations are evaluated in the CCBA. Here you see the groups they fall into, along with some examples. These include people with high outdoor exposure, such as children, outdoor workers, and the unhoused, people with limited mobility or chronic health issues, such as seniors living alone and people with disabilities. And also there are populations living in remote areas or locations with limited roadway access, populations in isolated and rural communities, or on single access roads. Next slide. This slide shows how the vulnerability score was completed. So each asset and population is provided a score with respect to each applicable climate change hazard. For example, that means agriculture would be evaluated differently for drought than for wildfire and for all the other applicable hazards. For each score, there are two components, an impact score and an adaptive capacity score. The impact score looks at the severity of the hazard impact, and the adaptive capacity score takes into account the ability of the asset or population to prepare, respond, and recover with existing programs, funding, and resources from impacts. Those with high impact and low adaptive capacity will have higher vulnerability scores, as you can see in that table in the upper right-hand corner. And those with low impact and high adaptive capacity will have lower vulnerability scores. The key findings of the report focus on the V4 and V5 scores, those that are highly or severely vulnerable. Next slide. Some of the analysis for the vulnerability assessment is done at the countywide scale, while others are done at the sub-regional level. The three subregions that you can see there in the figure are North County, the South Coast, and the Cuyama Valley, and largely excluded federal lands and the cities. The CCBA scoring accounted for cascading or compounding effects, recognizing that one climate hazard can lead to another. For instance, drought can create conditions for wildfire. The scoring also accounted for non-climate stressors, which are essentially pre-existing conditions that can exacerbate climate impacts. For example, financial instability, language or communication barriers, or poor housing quality are all non-climate stressors for frontline populations. Next slide. This table is a high-level look at our CCBA results for each asset category we discussed. The second column tells you how many specific assets or populations we assessed in each category. And the third column includes the most vulnerable assets based on the number of accumulated high and severe vulnerability scores. The most vulnerable populations are those that have limited mobility, limited resources, existing social or economic disparities, and those who are directly endangered by hazards. The most vulnerable infrastructure is transportation, water, and wastewater infrastructure. The most vulnerable buildings and facilities are residential and historic buildings. The most vulnerable economic drivers we found are agriculture, agritourism, and coastal and marine recreation and tourism. The most vulnerable ecosystems are freshwater aquatic ecosystems, as well as sloughs and marshes. And finally, water, wastewater, public transit, and electricity delivery service are the most vulnerable key services. Next slide, please. So this chart shows you the count of populations and assets that were assessed a high or severe vulnerability score broken out by hazard. Essentially, it shows you which hazards contribute the most to critical vulnerabilities. I think it's no surprise that wildfire is one of the top three, and landslide and debris flows and inland flooding round out the top three based off of accumulated V4 and V5 scores. Our assessment also found that 106 of 138, or about 3/4 of assets and populations in the county, are highly or severely vulnerable to climate change with respect to at least one hazard. However, it's worth noting that even though fewer populations and assets are highly or severely vulnerable to hazards like sea level rise or drought, these hazards can still create significant harm. I'm now going to highlight some key findings from the report, and these are just a few key points. Many more can be found in the report, which is attachment 1 to the board letter. Next slide, please. So based on our findings, we can anticipate an average of a 36% increase in burn area in our county by the year 2100 when compared to today. This finding can be especially risky for wildfire-prone communities with single access roads with one way in or one way out, areas such as Hollister Ranch, Mission Hills, and the Santa Rita Hills. In response, the county and its key partners can continue and expand programs that implement and secure funding for defensible space around homes and structures, implement and maintain vegetation management projects like shaded fuel breaks, and make sure evacuation routes are adequate and safe, and transportation services are provided during emergencies for those who need them. It's also important to note more frequent climate impacts and disasters will increase the need for emergency management services, not just for wildfire, but for other hazards as well. Next slide. This leads me to my next point, our key finding on the effects of extreme heat on frontline populations. These populations are dealing with existing conditions that make adapting to climate hazards more difficult. Impacts from a climate disaster can affect everyone, but these groups have fewer resources and less ability to overcome them. Many frontline populations have a low adaptive capacity when it comes to extreme heat for a variety of reasons. In our interviews and discussions, we found that there are some existing programs and resources to help these groups, but there are still barriers and gaps. One example is the lack of comprehensive planning and resources for extreme heat events. Slide. The CCVA found that many transportation assets are highly vulnerable to climate change. These include major roads, single access roads, and bridges that can be washed out in floods. These flood events can have wide-reaching consequences, as I'm sure many of us know, for infrastructure and services that often have no alternatives and multiple uses, such as bus routes, evacuation routes, regional economic corridors, and use by emergency response services. These vulnerabilities can also be challenging to address because much of the infrastructure is owned and managed by other local or state and federal agencies. For these reasons, the report recommends that the county work with these agencies to ensure infrastructure and transportation services are fortified or upgraded as needed. And before I get into the project's next steps, I wanted to address a couple changes we made to the report in response to the public comment letters we received and carefully considered. I don't know if the clerk can bring up the CCBA report. I believe it's page 132 of the report and 158 of the PDF. So I think we're almost there. Is that almost there? Page 132 of the report. So the part of the report I'm getting us to there is the results table for economic drivers. And I just wanted to note that we're going to, we made a couple changes, but we're planning on making a couple additional changes after today's hearing to note some changes that were recommended by folks who wrote letters. In the table, we referenced that agriculture and oil and gas industries' resistance to change as a non-climate stressor. And in the case of agriculture, in the adaptive capacity description. And after considering that, we thought it's best that we recognize that most industries will be reluctant or hesitant to change business practices, especially if it will impact their operations in a way that they might not fully understand, and no one really fully understands. So as a result, we plan to add these notes to each of the economic drivers, each of the industries listed in this table, that there might be some hesitancy or reluctance to change as a result of moving forward with addressing climate change. So I just wanted to note that. And if we could turn it back to my presentation on the last slide there, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. So I want to bring it back to the purpose of today's hearing, which is to seek comments on the CCVA's findings. And this, again, is because the CCVA will provide the data and information needed in the next phase of the project that will involve developing and prioritizing adaptation strategies to address the vulnerabilities we've identified in the CCVA. The adaptation plan will identify policies, projects, and measures to address the most critical vulnerabilities and will inform updates to the safety element. During adaptation planning, we recommend focusing on those V4 and V5 scores, the high and severely vulnerable assets and populations in our county. We foresee adaptation strategies being implemented through policies and in the work plans and budgets of various departments. And for this reason, and because climate impacts affect many county resources and services, we plan to continue to involve and engage multiple county departments to do this work. The scope of the CCVA is also really broad and inclusive, and that may mean more detailed analysis on vulnerability will be needed during the adaptation planning phase in some areas. We're also aware that adaptation measures will need funding in order to be implemented, and the adaptation plan will assist the county in pursuing and justifying the need for grant funding moving forward. We anticipate completion of the draft adaptation plan in winter of 2022 and 2023. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions your board may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Supervisor Lavanino?
Thank you, Whitney. Question on that last one, you were talking about just the change that you just recently made regarding resistant industries. And it sounded like that based on the feedback that you kind of got from the ag community, that I thought you were going to say that you had taken the ag community out of the resistant category, but instead we just kind of lumped, if I'm getting it right. So now we're just, explain to me how that went down. Like now we're just lumping everybody in there, or I didn't really understand what the change was.
Sure. Supervisor Lavanino through the chair. I think we kind of thought about it a little harder this morning, and we realized that businesses being a little hesitant or reluctant to change their business practices, in anticipation of climate impacts, is probably not exclusive to a particular industry, and that all the business industries that we evaluated in the CCBA would probably experience that reluctance or hesitancy to change practices in anticipation of climate change effects. So we felt it wasn't perhaps fair to just single out agriculture or oil and gas, but really it's something that would be a common theme in many business industries.
Okay. I personally, and this is not, I guess it's not really a question, but when I first saw that, just since I've been back, so since '98, agriculture has really embraced technology around here. I mean, if you go out, and I'm sure you're aware of this, that, you go out and you see the actual practice of farming now compared to where it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. And because a lot of this has to do with changing climate, just the technology that's been brought in just regarding, everything. I mean, you look at how much water is dispersed, when it's dispersed, just the entire practice of farming has changed dramatically. And I was disappointed to see kind of a statement that it was hesitant to change when that's all it's done is adapt and innovate. It's re-innovated itself. But I don't understand if you're taking that statement completely out, or we're just kind of lumping all industries and saying that they're all resistant to change, because I'd prefer the first. I think just lumping everybody in saying everybody's resistant to change, I think is problematic. That I think if you show people, especially in agriculture, that once they did change, then they found yields improved, things improved, technology improved, and the young guys coming in were convincing the older farmers that there's a better way to do it. I just think that whole statement, if there's a way to strike that entire area, I just think it's better for us to kind of go in as partners with everybody on this, instead of kind of having this adversarial, you guys are resistant to change type of thing. I think it's that old adage that you're going to get, more help with honey than you do with vinegar.
Other questions from the board? Comments? Supervisor Hartman?
This is a question for Director Plowman. So what happens next? And underlying that question is, how much are we working with other community organizations that are doing a lot of work in this space, in this area?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Hartman. So what is next is adaptation planning, right? So we've identified the vulnerabilities and the populations and the assets that are vulnerable. And now we'll be developing adaptation strategies. And so the team has been working pretty broadly with different groups and has been reaching out to them. Not only just county departments, but other organizations. And I'm happy to have Ms. Wilkinson reference those. But so we will continue as we develop these adaptation strategies to work with the communities, right? Including, businesses, agriculture, oil and gas, whatnot. We'll be working with them as we develop that. And then we will be developing policies through that adaptation planning process for the safety element. So the reason, I think you probably heard when we think we're going to have that adaptation plan developed and ready for review is at the end of next year, right? And that's because of all of the outreach that's going to be involved in that process as we develop those adaptation strategies. Thank you. And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Lavanino, I think I've asked my team where the sentiment about resistance came from. I think it's not 100% clear to me where that came from. And the team is fine striking that. I think there was a general idea, and I don't think that, I understand why Ag made the comment that they did. And I think there might be in industry some hesitancy to change things if it's a practice that's working for them in the attempt to plan for adaptation of climate change, right? That's going to be hard, right? If you're working and you're doing certain practices or procedures and you're going to have to change them, that presents challenges for a business. I think that's what the concept was, but I think it's okay to strike it. I think, the county is overall, not just planning and development, is eager to work with the different industries to make sure that they're ready for these climate changes that are going to be coming our way that we can only predict right now. We don't know exactly how it's going to play out, but we need to have something in place to help our vulnerable populations, our vulnerable assets, as well as the industries that basically drive our economy in the community. So I think we recognize the comment and are happy to make the change.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Well, I just appreciate that, Ms. Plowman, and I think that helps a lot, because I think that's what I've heard from you. And so I'm glad that's a move that you're willing to make. I appreciate that.
And I'm going to piggyback on that a little bit, because, there was only two industries that were called out to be resistant to change, right? It's agriculture and oil and gas. So I think as a county and community, I see on all these slides, one climate, one county, one future. And something I've been trying to do since my time on the board is tell people to get involved, don't throw rocks, get engaged, be part of the solution. And so I think, when those industries are singled out, it at least feeds into a perception out there that there's a bias. So I think we need to be very careful in when we want to really engage with groups that have not traditionally been a part of this process. And I want to bring everybody to the table so we can have some shared understanding. And I think that's where that challenge has come from. I think that there's quite a few things in the document that I still am trying to work through, even some of the population information that was on there and what was called out as vulnerable populations where there's nobody that lives. And so things like that I think, better understanding. I think the term was that we were trying to get this locally relevant, this document. And I think in a lot of ways it missed that, or at least a lot of parts of it that I've seen isn't really locally relevant. When we call out certain priority areas of focus, but there's really no population there, that seems to me to be a swing and a miss. How are those things not truthed out? Things about pesticide use versus pesticide exposure. Those are two important concepts that I think planning in the future and these documents as we move forward with these things really need to have a better engagement at bringing some of these industries to the table so that, planning can understand industry and industry can understand planning. So you guys can be speaking the same language moving forward. And I think we need to try to, all of us, check some of these old biases at the door and really try to work together on facing the challenges that we do as a county in the future, and which I hope this is what the document's about, is facing these challenges. The key findings that I see here, those things aren't new, right? I mean, flood and wildfires, I mean, that's been a history of our county for, from the beginning of time. And so I think we're all engaged on that and want to continue to move forward on that. I have a few other comments, but let my other colleagues make some comments as well, and then we'll go to public comment. Supervisor Hart.
Well, I'm just encouraged by the dialogue, and I think this is a critical part of the process. You expose this information to a wide range of stakeholders. You get different perspectives on it. Some of this is new information for people. It takes a while to incorporate that, and to understand the connections between these things. But that dialogue and that interaction, builds a better understanding that goes to helping with the next phase of this process, developing a consensus about what we're going to actually do about it. That's the most important thing. And it won't all happen at the same time. It's going to take time, and we don't have a lot of time. So we gotta hurry people along with the understanding. But this is a critically important work product, and the outreach effort is essential to the success in the long run. So the more we do, the better.
Thank you, Supervisor Hart. Supervisor Williams.
I appreciate the comments of my colleagues, and yes, ag has a huge role, particularly in carbon fixing. I mean, the potential is huge. So I do think it's important to have more engagement on that for our prevention strategies, right? Not just this, which is an adaptation strategy. But I also want to say this is a great work. This has already, shifted, a little bit of the thinking. The natural thing with climate change vulnerability assessment is to think of sea level rise. But as your staff's graphic illustrates, for us, that's actually not the biggest impact by far. We have much more clearly documented increases in sundowner winds, increases in fire weather, extreme heat issues. Other areas, I mean, Florida, the Carolinas, they have lower level land, so they're going to have more of the coastal flooding issues than we do. But ours is going to be extreme heat, inland flooding, debris flow from rain, and of course, above all, fires. So this shows that you can't just spend all your time on sea level rise as the only impact of climate change when it's clearly not.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. I think we have some public comment on this item. Madam Clerk.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have one request to speak from Claire Wyman, and she was just on Zoom, but did bounce off.
She's here.
Is she here? Ah, thank you. Yes, Claire Wyman.
Welcome, Claire, and thank you for your comment letter.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Claire Wyman. I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. In the assessment, agriculture is recognized as one of the major economic drivers in the county and is scored as the most vulnerable to climate change. As such, we'd like to highlight a few key points from our extensive written comments. We understand the assessment is intended to be a foundational document. The draft before you today is not an accurate or functional foundation. The draft before you today must be revised if the county wants to effectively address climate change concerns. We ask that you direct staff to further revise the document in response to comments submitted during the public review period, including those submitted by our association. At an absolute minimum, there are two especially objectionable items that must be addressed. Supervisors Slavanino and Chair Nelson did a great job articulating our concerns with the phrase resistance to change directed towards agriculture and the value of partnerships to make forward progress. We appreciate the discussion that we heard here today. We encourage the board to direct continued course correction on this foundational approach towards valued industry partners and stakeholders. The other exceptional error that I wanted to speak to, also as mentioned, is the continued confusion and misuse of the phrases pesticide use and pesticide exposure. We would be happy to further clarify where those phrases are being used incorrectly, and also encourage consultation with the County Ag Commissioner's Office in better understanding that. Finally, we urge the board to direct meaningful response to comments and to engage stakeholders as valued partners in proactive problem solving. We further encourage the assessment to recognize the county's own contributions to vulnerability and undermining adaptability. We urge a fundamental shift in approach driven by greater receptiveness to feedback from diverse viewpoints, including the private sector, and the tremendous potential for advancement through respectful partnerships. We look forward to this course correction in a revised draft assessment and in future policy revisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wyman.
And that was our final speaker on this item.
All right, back to staff and then to the board. Ms. Plowman, anything else to add?
Mr. Chair, members of the board. I think just to add that, this is the beginning of a process for us to update our safety element, and there's lots of work to do with the community. And I know it's important that we engage all of the stakeholders, and we will make sure that we do that. And where we have misunderstandings, we will get ourselves educated. So we appreciate the involvement of all the partners that have played a role in the development of this plan, and we look forward to working with them in the future.
Thank you. Other comments from the board? Supervisor Lavanino?
Well, I think Director Plowman indicated that I really welcome those sentiments, and I don't know if that was in response to the question about pesticides or if that's something you'll look at. So I'm assuming it was. Just wanted to get that on the record there.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. So, direction from the board is part of what, that's the other part of the item here. I think this is, you've talked about foundational document. I'm glad it's received and file. If it was adopt and approve, I don't think I could vote for it today. I think that it still needs work. And I think there's some conclusions I don't necessarily agree with, but I understand I don't have all the votes on that, but I am okay with receiving and filing it. I would, hopefully direction from the board would be to go back and, as suggested, work with industry and the Ag Commissioner and others to further refine this document, especially if it's a foundational document that we're going to build policies on. I think it's important to get that right. I can see future discussions where people reference this document, to argue policy points in the future, if that the county has put this together. So I think it's important for it to be as accurate as possible. I also am somewhat concerned about, as we move forward, the safety element. These are part of our comprehensive plan. And as we move towards that, I think a lot of us have been wanting to see our planning process get simpler, not more complex. And as we develop these policies, my hope is that these policies are broad enough and have enough, suggestive value that we don't get so specific that we make it more difficult in our process. Our process is already very expensive. You already have to hire expensive consultants to get through it. I'm afraid of if we keep adding additional specific requirements in these elements, that it become much more difficult to get through our process. And I like to see it get streamlined. And so I just want to kind of put that on the record as part of the consideration. So as we move forward. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I think this is a very, very significant foundational document. What is the job really of government and local government? And it's public safety broadly conceived, and it's anticipating dangers that are lurking out there and doing our best to prepare for them. And when we fail at that, the consequences are enormous. So I commend you and everyone who's been working on it, because it's a big report, it's a technical report, but it really is foundational, and it's very, very significant. I am interested in how the next phase and involving the community. I, for example, am on the Fire Safe Council Board, know a lot about the work that's been done on the regional priority planning for fire by the Kachuma Conservation District. I mean, there are plans and efforts and a lot of consolidation that has occurred. So I think it's really important to build on that, and to the extent possible, incorporate it into the efforts that are ongoing. And the other thing, I think it's really important to use the next step as an educational opportunity in different parts of our county. And it might even be worthwhile to coordinate with supervisors and engage them as you hold public workshops in different districts, because I think, again, we have to be prepared for the future at all levels, at individual, community, and county. And so I think this is an opportunity to help people understand that. Another example is just heat. I noticed that you don't take the Santa Ynez Valley separately, but its heat issues are quite different than Lompoc and Santa Maria.
Absolutely.
And its population, it has the largest percentage of seniors in the county. So heat is, and having cooling centers and how we address that is especially significant in that community. So I do think getting out into the districts and communities and educating and hearing from people and encouraging people to do things individually in community, that government can't do it all. We need to be on a similar score of music, if you will, and government has its part, but other people have to do their part as well. And I think if we can create that template, that is extremely helpful.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. Other comments? Okay, this time I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move the staff recommendation with the direction that staff work with the ag community to iron out these outstanding issues to everyone's agreement so that the foundational document is something we can build a consensus on.
Great.
I'll second, and please thank your staff. This was helpful for me.
Right. Any further comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
And Mr. Chair, this is after our motion, but I really failed to offer my thanks and appreciation to the consultants and the staff in all county departments, including LRP, that really worked hard on this. It is a pretty tremendous document, and a lot of it's data driven, and they worked very hard on it. And I should note that we did get a grant that has helped fund this. So we will continue to work to try and obtain grants to keep funding different programs like this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Director Plowman. All right. Now on to our fourth and final item. Madam Clerk, read item number 4 into the record.
Chair Nelson and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an update on the coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19.
Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and members of the board. I apologize, but I believe that there's some landscape work that's being done, so I hope you can hear me. My briefing this afternoon, includes an update on our rates, as well as an update about our indoor masking health officer order. Madam Clerk, may I have my slides? Next. So as of November 8, we have 45 new cases, which is a 17% decrease from a 2-week average of 54. Our active cases stand at 336. We reported 1 death yesterday of an individual who was 70+ years of age from Goleta with no underlying medical conditions. We currently have 35 individuals hospitalized with COVID-19, and of that, 8 are in the ICU. Santa Barbara County has a total of 44,596 cases. We've lost 527 community members to COVID-19. Our current case rate is 9, and testing positivity is 2.9. Next. This graph describes our daily case rate per 100,000. The gray line describes the rate with a 4-day lag and is updated Monday through Friday. And as you recall, we began calculating this rate with a 4-day lag instead of a 7-day lag like the state. We did this early in the summer as we needed to see the trends quicker as cases were increasing rapidly. The blue line describes the California adjusted case rate, which is a case rate with a 7-day lag that the state adjusts based on testing volume and is reported each Tuesday. So if we look at a period from, say, October 21st through November 4th, we can see that our case rate has decreased roughly around 22%. Next. This graph describes our case rate by vaccination status. As of October 28, our case rate among unvaccinated individuals is 18.3 per 100,000 versus the low 3.3 per 100,000 among vaccinated individuals. This means that in Santa Barbara County, people who are unvaccinated are 5.5 times more likely to get COVID-19 than fully vaccinated people. Another takeaway from this graph is that during the 2 weeks timeframe from October 14th through October 28th, we can see that the case rate countywide decreased by 5%. But if we drill down, we see that case rate among the unvaccinated increased by 6%, whereas the case rate among vaccinated decreased by 31%. The data in this graph shows a very compelling case how vaccination is helping the decrease of transmission in our county. Next. Currently, we have 60.2 of hospital beds in use. This means that 363 out of 603 beds are occupied, with 35 of them for COVID-19 patients. And with regards to staff adult ICU beds, we have 63.2% in use. What this means is that 48 out of the 76 beds are occupied, with 8 of them being for COVID-19 patients. This is critical. It is very critical to safeguard our hospital capacity, especially now during the winter months, given that historically we will see an increase in hospitalizations due to respiratory illnesses. We do worry when we see an uptick in cases because invariably we can anticipate an increase in hospitalization within 2 or 3 weeks. As I showed earlier, case rate among the unvaccinated is unacceptably high at 18.3 per 100,000. Again, this is why vaccination is so important, because vaccines are effectively preventing severe illness requiring hospitalization. Next. Our hospitalization rates have made very minor decreases in the past 2 months. In the past 2 weeks, we've only seen a decrease of roughly 5%. Although our ICU numbers have fluctuated and we are seeing a current decrease of 38%. In addition to this graph, I'd like to share with you that from May to October, we had a total of 611 hospitalization. Of this, 81% were unvaccinated. And if we only look at October, we had 113 hospitalizations. 82 were unvaccinated, meaning 73% of our hospitalizations in October were unvaccinated. Next. This graph shows our vaccination status. So when we look at the eligible population, we have roughly 72% of our eligible population as fully vaccinated. And this number reflects the 12 and above. I would like to point out that tomorrow we will be adding the 5 to 11-year-olds, so roughly about 41,638 into the eligible group calculation. So just a heads up, this means that our percent of eligible fully vaccinated will decrease to around 64.8%, of course, because the denominator will be increasing. In total, we have roughly 60.7% of our total Santa Barbara County population as fully vaccinated. Next. This chart shows by zip codes the percentage of vaccine coverage. We have made strides increasing vaccination rates in low health equity metric communities, as you can see from this chart. We have still, though, a wide gap in vaccination rates. We have 4 communities where vaccination rate is below 64%, and those are marked by the first 4 in red. We also have 4 communities with less than our county rate of 71.8% among eligible individuals, and those are characterized by the orange. The light yellow all the way to green are communities where vaccine coverage has exceeded what we're seeing as an average in our county. Next. So our work continues. We know that mobile vaccination programs work. In our community, we will continue to offer clinics throughout the county in partnership with community partners. Our November calendar is available at publichealthsbc.org. Last week, we were at Santa Barbara High School. We were at the Boys and Girls Club in Santa Maria, as well as at the CARP Children's Project. We also have several pediatric clinics planned. Our first clinic was yesterday in Guadalupe, and by all accounts, it was wildly successful. We offered a total of 148 doses, with 89 of them to the newly eligible group. So that's 60% of our vaccine clinic yesterday went to the 5 and 11-year-olds. Next. Currently, we are managing 28 active outbreaks, 2 among businesses, 21 among schools, and 5 among congregate living facilities. Next. I'd like to update your board on the Santa Barbara County indoor masking health officer order. As you recall, the indoor masking mandate was issued on August the 6th as our daily cases were rapidly increasing. At that time, as we also saw COVID-19 hospitalization increasing after a period of stabilization. And we also witnessed vaccination rates plateauing. We put that in to knowing that the significantly more transmissible Delta variant had become the predominant strain in the US as well as in Santa Barbara County. So to control the spread of COVID-19, we issued a health officer order for all individuals in the county of Santa Barbara, whether vaccinated or unvaccinated, to wear a face covering at all times in indoor public settings. With limited exemptions, and recommend that businesses make face covering available to all individuals entering business. Our current status. Our daily case rate is decreasing, but we are also seeing minor surges happening in other locations as well as throughout our state. Our hospital capacity is unstable and especially worrisome given the winter holidays and the winter season approaching. And our vaccination rates are slowly inching upwards, even though we also, as I just shared, see that in some communities it is below average. Next. So our Santa Barbara County Health Officer order for indoors masking was renewed, and it will be in effect until December 4th. As we shared before, the Santa Barbara County Health Officer order will be lifted when case rate is less than 6 per 100,000 for 2 weeks. So what that means is when we are seeing less than 27 cases a day. If Santa Barbara County Health Officer order for indoor masking is lifted, there will be triggers that may cause a reissuance of the order, such as high case rates, such as circulating variants, and tanking hospital capacity. But even if we lift our local health officer order, masks would still be required in certain settings per state health officer order or per Cal OSHA mandates. And that means masks would still be required in schools, in places of employment, and such as hospitals and congregate facilities, and in all indoor settings for unvaccinated individuals. However, I'd like to share with your board that we are reviewing this criteria that I mentioned, the 6 per 100,000 for 2 weeks with other jurisdictions. Next. We are looking at what other jurisdictions are doing. And so I'd like to share with your board a high overview of what's going around the state. So in Alameda, Contra Costa, Marin, Napa, San Francisco, San Mateo, Santa Clara, Sonoma, and Berkeley, they did issue a criteria on October 7th, and they will lift their indoor masking order when they have case rate less than 7 and testing positivity less than 8 for 3 continuous weeks. And this is they're using the CDC guidelines. The Bay Area counties will also look at the hospitalization and to ensure that hospital capacity is great and hospitalizations is low and stable. The Bay Area will also consider lifting when they have achieved 80% of total population as fully vaccinated, or when it has been 8 weeks after the emergency use authorization for the 5 to 11-year-olds have passed. More locally, Ventura issued their criteria on October 18th, and they have very similar criteria as the Bay Area, and that would be a case rate of less than 7 per 100,000 with testing positivity less than 8 for 3 continuous weeks. With regards to hospitalization, Ventura will lift the indoor masking order when the health officer's judgment of hospitalization as low and stable. And with regards to vaccination requirement, Ventura will consider it when 80% of total eligible population as fully vaccinated, or 8 weeks after the EUA for the 5 to 11-year-olds. San Luis Obispo County is a little bit more simple. In their criteria, they issued it on October 20th, and it is a case rate of less than 7 for 10 days. And with regards to hospitalization, it is low and stable as per judgment of the health officer. When we look further down south, we see that Los Angeles has the most nuanced set of criteria, and that was issued on November 2nd. So LA will lift their indoor masking order when the case rate is less than 7, testing positivity is less than 8 for 3 continuous weeks, when hospitalization is fewer than 600 for 3 straight weeks. When 80% of residents 12 and above are fully vaccinated. Additionally, when there is no significant reports of circulating variants of concern that could threaten the vaccine efficacy. So we are in conversations with our closest neighbors, Ventura and SLO, and looking at a regional approach. I'd like to share with your board, as there have been inquiries about the difference between the old retired California tier system versus the new CDC tiers. And so with the, as you can recall, the upper half, the old California tier system, the new cases per 100,000 per day with a 7-day average and 7-day lag. Minimal is less than 2, moderate is from 2 to 5.9, and substantial is from 6 to 10, and widespread would be the purple zone with anything larger than 10. With regards to when you compare it with the new CDC case, so CDC is a little bit different. And the main difference is that the CDC tier is based on total new cases per 100,000 in the past 7 days. So it is not daily. So what you would have to do is multiply the case rate from the California system by 7. So new cases per 100,000 in the past 7 days, according to CDC, 0 to 9 would be considered low, and 10 to 49 would be considered moderate, and substantial community transmission is when you have case rate of 50 to 99 for that 7 days, and high would be greater than 100. So if we look at the old California tier, they're basically, and you multiply it by 7, it's roughly very similar. So looking at the old California tier, multiply it by 7, and you would have a minimal case rate of less than 14. The moderate would be 14 to about 41. Substantial would be 42 to 70, and widespread would be around 70. So earlier I shared with your board that our current case rate in Santa Barbara is 9 per 100,000. It would have us in the red tier, substantial transmission, if we use the retired California tiered system. However, if we use the CDC tier, we would then take the case rate of 9, multiply that by 7 to get the number 56, which would land us in the substantial tier as well. And per CDC guidance, if a county has high or substantial community transmission, everyone should wear a mask in public indoor settings. Next. In summary, with regards to lifting the indoors masking health officer order, we will be in conversations with our colleagues in SLO as well as in Ventura. And we will also look at using a case rate, using the CDC tier system, as I just explained. We will also consider hospitalization and hospital capacity like other jurisdictions. We will also be looking at vaccination rates and consider other criteria such as variance and a regional approach. And that ends my presentation, and I am happy to answer your questions.
Okay, questions from the board? Supervisor Levanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Dr. Reynoso. I think I was kind of the one asking for this to be brought back, so I appreciate that. I have a couple of questions, just going around to different websites and stuff. I was curious, like on the CDC website, how do they get our information? Do we pass it along to them, or do they just extrapolate things that we get that they take from our website? How does that work?
Supervisor Levanino, through the chair, the CDPH feeds the information to CDC. So that's why there's always a lag in their calculation versus our own local calculations.
Okay, because on their website, it shows, and I don't know if this is accurate, but it shows 99% of people over 65 years old in Santa Barbara County have had at least 1 dose, and 86.5% are fully vaccinated. I don't know if we agree with those numbers. And then it shows 84% over 18 years old, 1 dose, and 74.1% fully vaccinated. So I hope those are correct, because they are. That's very encouraging.
Yes, so I'm not sure how CDC calculates their vaccination rates. I do know that CDPH is the source of information, but again, our EPI team extracts the data using codes that CDPH has shared with our EPI team to generate what the information that you see on our website with regards to vaccination rates, and in particular with vaccination rates among different age groups and different ethnic groups.
Okay. I wanted to also ask you about a couple of different things. One is booster information. I just got a text from CDPH telling me that I may qualify for a booster. And I know people are asking me, you know, what are the qualifications? How do you qualify for a booster at this point?
So right now, boosters are eligible for anyone who is over 18 and in a job that would increase their exposure to COVID-19, as well as for age 65, anyone over age 65. So how a person would acquire a booster vaccination is to go to myturn.com, and they will walk you through the different criteria. Do you have a medical condition? Are you in a job that exposes? Are you over 65? And you simply check the box, and then it would generate an appointment for you. I can speak to this because I've gone through it just to test it out. And there is no attestation when you show up at the pharmacy if that's where you choose to get a vaccine.
Okay. And then this one might be more of a intellectual, I don't know. I guess the question for me is then when I look at all of our numbers and how well things are going, and I don't know what the proper term is, endemic, when does a pandemic end and an endemic begin? Like, when do we say, I started thinking about, I'm like, I have this contractor at my house and he is a perfectionist and will never leave until I say, okay. I mean, there's always something to be done, but at some point we say, okay, you know, hospitalizations are down, death is down. And I know case rate, we always talk about case rate, but for me, I've always had this thing that cases are not created equally. Like a 85-year-old with a chronic heart condition is different than a 16-year-old that is very healthy. So I know you're coming up and trying to come up with these new outlines, but are you looking on the horizon and saying, yes, what's going to hit when you say this is just something we're going to live with for the rest of our lives and we can't eradicate sickness?
We are in conversation both locally. Dr. Ansorg and I and our colleagues have been in conversation for exactly that same question. When do we consider routinizing our response efforts, and when do we do X, Y, and Z, and accepting that COVID is part of our new norm, and when do we remove it from the pandemic state to the endemic state? With regards to when do we move from a pandemic to an endemic state, I think that's a conversation that happens at the state level with CDPH, and that is also a conversation that's happening on a weekly basis. Unfortunately, Santa Barbara may be in a better state, but a lot of our colleagues throughout our state are not seeing a low case rate or a trending downward case rate as we are seeing. So I think that is a conversation that happens locally as well as regionally. We are in conversation with SLO and Ventura and talking about community spread, talking about vaccination rate, and talking about case rate, because I think that whatever happens around the corner will be better anticipated as a region. And we're seeing an uptick in cases in LA. So that has us worried because we know that invariably that we will see some effects of that in the coming weeks.
Just two other things. One is I think it's important for the public to understand what you had also put in your presentation is that regardless of what you do, masks will still be required at schools and at work and indoor locations for unvaccinated. regardless of what your proclamation is. This is a state controlled mandate.
Right, that is absolutely correct. The state has a very detailed list of where masking is required, and us lifting our local health officer order will not impact the state orders and the state Cal OSHA mandates.
And then I didn't know if Dr. Ansorg, or maybe you could answer this. I don't know if he's on the line, but I was just curious about, there's new treatments out. Pfizer's talking about a pill. I know England's rolling out the Merck pill this month, and also Pfizer. And how do you see that rolling out in Santa Barbara County?
So we are really excited about the prospect of antivirals being approved, because ultimately it will prevent lives lost. It can prevent severe illness and poor outcomes. So we are excited about that prospect. And that is one more tool that we will have in our fight against COVID. And that is also a specter of when perhaps we can consider COVID-19 as endemic.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Avenino. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, that was my key question, was the new drug and how that's a game changer. But in terms of hospitalization, what would you consider a low and stable rate in Santa Barbara County? That's one question. And then if we look at the other counties, it's vaccination rates or 8 weeks after the emergency use authorization for the 5 to 12-year-olds. So could you elaborate how you're thinking about that, how our public health department is thinking about both of those questions?
Sure. Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, when we look at hospitalization and hospital capacity, that's a conversation that we will need to engage our hospitals leadership in what is the percentage. Right now, we're saying that we are in the danger zone when we have less than 35% hospital beds available. That is still, and we're seeing somewhat of an unstable fluctuation between our hospital bed usage. So it's a conversation that we're planning to have with our hospital leadership. With regards to staffed adult ICU beds, we worry when that capacity falls below 20%. The state sees it as problematic and crisis if it is less than 10%. So again, I would need to have that conversation with and engage the hospital partners in do we keep the 35%? Do we go down to even a greater 45%? So that is a conversation to be had. And that's why I was not able to bring a decision before your board today. I'm sorry, I forgot the other part of the question.
Vaccination rates, some of the other counties, they say 80% or 8 weeks after the emergency use authorization for the older children.
Right. So when we issued our masking order, and we shared with your board in October that we would consider lifting it when we had a case rate of 6 per 100,000. At that time, we and we still do believe that when our vaccination rate is at a certain level, 80% or higher, we will see an inverse effect on case rates. So we know that jurisdictions like Marin that have a high vaccination coverage rate also have an extremely low case rate. And we are in discussion with SLO and Ventura on their criteria, specifically whether they will maintain the 80% of total eligible population to include the 5 to 11 and what is the impact of that. So those are the moving pieces. When these jurisdictions issued their criteria of 80% of total population fully vaccinated or 80% of total eligible population. The 5 to 11-year-olds had not been approved. And so with the 8 weeks would take them into pass through the winter season and into perhaps January.
All right, thank you. I've got a few questions. Let's go to slide 14 here for a moment.
Okay. That's the other way.
Yeah, the CDC, the tiers. So that has Santa Barbara County in the moderate CDC tier, is that right?
No, it's the orange.
Okay.
It has us in the substantial.
Okay, well, this morning I had it as in the moderate, and in your chart, it has it in moderate. So I think that's where there's some confusion. So,
okay.
And then if it was in the moderate, the CDC would recommend not having a mask mandate. Is that correct?
So that would be over a period of time, but yes. So if a county is in the low or moderate, then they would not need to have the indoor masking. But so from what I showed in the previous slide, typically the other jurisdictions are looking at the case rate over a 3-week period to allow for stabilization of the case rate.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be on a daily basis.
And then we actually have in the blue, according to CDC, on the percentage of PCR tests positive in the past 7 days, right? We would be in the low category.
Yes.
Because, that's something that I think is something that we should be thinking about as we approach this, is that, we have been in a low, and we have been in a low for quite some time. One of the reasons why I think our rate is higher than other places throughout the country and throughout the state potentially is because we actually test a lot, right? I mean, we test at a significant level in Santa Barbara County in comparison to other places, especially in the country. Is that right?
I think I would say that so when you look at our adjusted case rate from CDPH, the adjustment has already been calculated. Our volume of testing or lack of testing.
Okay. Well, again, I think as Supervisor Lavanino made the point about as we move towards being the endemic, and that COVID is probably going to be with us, for an extended period of time, as and the great news is we've been adapting, and there's new treatments available that would help people continue to protect themselves. I think. Well, here's the other question. We're seeing throughout the country, other parts of the country like Florida, where they don't have a mask mandate or requirement, actually be considerably lower than California. Any thoughts on that?
With regards to the case rate,
yes.
It came at a great cost. So you would have to look at the number of hospitalization and the number of deaths, and calculate that by per capita to really measure apples to apples. And but we, at this point in time, I do believe that we have an increasing case rate, and the experts are flummoxed, and we are wondering why that is. So there's several thoughts circulating.
And the current 6 cases per 100,000, do you know any place else in the state or country that has a stricter standard?
No, I don't. So okay. Santa Barbara, again, Santa Barbara is considering moving to mirror other jurisdictions like the Bay Area, but that would be a 7 case rate per 100,000 for 3 weeks versus the 6 per 100,000 for 2 weeks.
And that would be in conformity with the CDC guidelines.
Correct. So we are, that is we're giving serious consideration to mirror the CDC guidelines.
I think it's a great idea. Thank you. I have a couple questions for HR, but I think while you're with us, Supervisor Williams, do you have a question for Dr. Del Reynoso?
Well, sort of like a question for Dr. Del Reynoso, but also for us. I mean, isn't the Ventura and Bay Area criteria is more stringent in that it also requires 80% of the population to be vaccinated too? I mean, you know, in trying to answer your question, yeah, it seems like there's a lot of places with a more strict standard because of the 3 weeks and because of the vaccination requirement too. Now, you know, maybe maybe as a society, it's better to have the vaccination requirement because that's something that we can all do something about, right? If we want to get out from the mask mandate, we can make sure we all go get vaccinated, right? So I think there's certain logic to that, even if it was a less restrictive case rate. But
thank you. All right, any other questions for Dr. Del Reynoso? Okay, I've got a couple quick questions for HR. I understand Maria Elena is available.
Yes, I'm right here.
So my office has been getting a lot of questions about the testing procedures that we're having for our employees that have chosen not to get vaccinated. One of them was on the religious exemption. Previously, they were able to just check a box that they were on a religious exemption. Now they have to provide some written comment as well. Can you set the standard for that?
Yes, I have Yvonne Torres, who's the lead on the testing program for the county. So Yvonne, do you want to respond?
Of course. Good afternoon, Chair Nelson and members of the board. So yes, we are requiring, there's a process for the religious exemptions. The employee would fill out a declination form stating that they do have a religious belief, and then they are to attach a statement that is reviewed and considered through guidance from county councils, and the request will be honored once that attachment is attached to the declination.
So are we evaluating, will we reject somebody's religious statement?
We will not reject a religious statement. They're case by case, as long as it's a reasonable request. And we have actually had 66 already submitted, and we have not rejected any of those.
Right, thank you.
Mhm.
And then the other question about the testing is, I understand there's some concerns that to do the testing procedures requires our employees to disclose their age, their race, and their sexual orientation. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that is required by state law for the testing results. And this is for the information to be sent to the CDPH. And it's a requirement pursuant to the California Code of Regulations. And the information that they do give is protected by HIPAA, and the company that we're contracted with does protect personal health information.
I don't think that's what we should be doing as a county, making our employees disclose that information. I think that's problematic. I'm fine with a testing option. You know, I just understand that's something that we've agreed to do, but I think, you know, there's a certain amount of invasion of privacy that I think we've ventured into here that I think is a concern. I think should be relooked at for those of our employees do not feel comfortable sharing some of those more intimate details of their life.
Right. And I could defer that to Vaughn as to the requirement and why that's required by the California Code of Regulations if she's still on. Vaughn?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Why is it that the state is requiring employees to answer or anyone to answer those questions, the demographic information?
It is just, it's depersonalized, and it's for calculations. So when we look at, I know that your board has asked in previous meetings, who's getting tested? Are they symptomatic? And so the tester is asked demographics so that we can track and see trends and support that information if needed. So it's something that we ask from our community members from day one when they test at a state testing, state or public health sponsored, their age, their occupation, a whole slew of demographics. And again, it is really just for data gathering and analyzing so that we can see and spot trends.
Mr. Chair, this has been a big discussion in state law, especially around public health matters for a long time, for decades. And in recent years in the legislature and in state government, the discussion has been that you really, if you can't disaggregate data, you cannot identify populations that are getting disproportionate effects on them, whether that is racial groups, economic groups, and I suppose this is part of it, or sexual orientation. So this pendulum has swung sort of in favor of getting disaggregated data. In order to get disaggregated data, you actually have to ask people. I think probably most of these things are not rejected if they don't answer it.
They are.
But that's the issue at stake.
No, and I'm fine with that as being asked, but when you're not allowed to test without giving that information, I think that's problem. So, and that's my understanding. If that's correct, HR, is that?
So Chair Nelson and members of the board. So the sexual orientation question can be bypassed, but not the gender. There are some questions in the questionnaire. There are some questions that the employees can skip, but there are certain questions like the name and date of birth and gender that you can't skip. So there are questions they can bypass.
Okay, well, that's different than the information I understand. So if that's the case, then I feel better about that. But that was what's concerned that I've heard from our employees, and understand that you and your own staff has truthed that out and that you have to do that. So I think it's really important that we find out one way or the other. And if we do require that to be disclosed, I think we should look at alternative solutions for our employees that aren't comfortable sharing that information publicly.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. So I believe we have some public comment.
Yes, Chair Nelson and members of the board, we have 15 requests to speak on this item.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment this time. Yeah.
And we will begin on Zoom with Karen Murphy, to be followed by Danielle Blanc. Karen? And Karen, please proceed
Hello,
with your comments.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please
Hi,
proceed.
thank you. Hello, I am commenting to ask you to remove the mask mandate in Santa Barbara County. We are hugely social animals, and a great deal of our communication is through facial expressions. For almost a year and a half, we have had this communication impeded by masking. For myself, this has definitely impacted my social interactions and my sense of connection to my community. We can't see smiles. We have trouble understanding each other through the muffling. I could go on. This has been tough, and it isn't just me feeling this way. But this is nothing compared to how our kids have been impacted. Facial communication is essential to the development of young children, even from birth. Newborn babies will pay more attention to shapes that are arranged in a face-like pattern than over any other pattern. This is how innate our need for facial communication is, and this is what we have been stifling in our children. My 2-year-old has now spent 3/4 of her life looking at masked faces when we go out. It is heartbreaking to see store clerks and other kids in the store try to interact with her, and when they are masked, she has a total disconnect to them. She is a social child. She does not have this reaction to our neighbors or kids at the park. but she is missing so many social interactions and learning experiences that we took for granted. We will not know the negative developmental consequences of masking on children for some time, possibly years. I don't think anyone is claiming that the impact will be positive. We owe it to our youngest generation to lessen that impact as much as possible. Yes, we should be concerned about the serious risks of COVID, but it should not be our only concern. We know from countries with high vaccination rates, and particularly from universities with 95% plus vaccination rates, that near perfect vaccination will not stop mask mandates. Only you as the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors can make that decision. I request that you consider more factors than COVID transmission rates when discussing lifting this mask mandate. Chair Nelson, Mr. Hart, Mr. Lavanino, Ms. Hartman, and Mr. Williams, please lift the Santa Barbara County mask mandate. Thank you.
We will now go to Danielle Blanc to be followed by Maria Kestner.
Second, the previous comment to have the mask mandate dropped. I don't think they're healthy. I don't think they work. And I haven't seen any peer-reviewed science proving that work. I would like to suggest Dr. Doran also to show in the next slide a science that the masks work. So, because if they really work, maybe we'll not be in a pandemic. And are we really in a pandemic still? I don't think so. So I also want to thank Supervisor Nelson for listening to the public. We really appreciate it. I want to thank Supervisor Lavanino for using some critical thinking and making very valuable questions last meeting and today as well. Supervisor Hart, you said that we are not showing up as many, but I want to remind you that many of us work and we don't get paid to be here as you do. And I'm a single mom of 3 children. So I took the whole day off to be here to voice my concerns. And some member of our community speak for many of us. Supervisor Williams, I find very interesting that after these meetings, you run to the newspaper complaining about the public comments. And if you have not done anything wrong, you should not be worried about citizen arrest. Dr. Do Reynoso, I think you should open your mind and check many of the doctors who are speaking about vaccine injuries. There is a lot out there speaking about vaccine injuries. Would be great to check them out. Also, I don't think our pizzeria is 100% vaccinated, as was showed in the slide. I'm in a chat with 19 mothers, and I checked with them, and they said they are not. Also, I would like to request for the next slideshow, the proof, the peer-reviewed science that masks work. Also, a slideshow with the vaccine ingredients that we haven't seen yet. I haven't seen any slideshow with the vaccine ingredients. Why not? And a number of people who got injured by the vaccines in a slideshow, because I know some got injured, and I think would be great to show some numbers. I personally believe that we are not in a pandemic anymore, because if we are, we would see homeless dying on the streets. And what I see is a lot of homeless increasing in numbers. Also, it's very important to see the people who got sick with the vaccines in case of the numbers. How many people are in the hospitals in the injuries? And why healthcare workers are being fired if there is a probability of cases increasing in the hospital in the next few months, as Dr. Reynolds mentioned. So they should not be getting fired because they're going to be needed if that's true. And so I think that's, and also
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. That is your time.
We will now go to Maria Kestner to be followed by Zulema Alman.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I would like to point out that this week, Nick Welsh from the Santa Barbara Independent wrote yet another little hit piece against public speakers by omitting the fact that those speaking on mask mandates last week, which is including myself, have medical exemptions due to medical conditions and disabilities. And we're talking about the discrimination they endure in the community. Let us remind the public that the Santa Barbara Independent is not a realistic journalistic outlet due to its constant endorsement of political candidates. As of today, November 9th, 2021, the CDC has reported a total of 680 COVID deaths for kids under the age of 18 since the beginning of the so-called pandemic, which started January 4th, 2020. Yet the Biden DOJ is forcing mandates on school children nationwide, which do not have legal standing since this action never went through Congress or state legislatures and reflects merely their legal opinion. In the meanwhile, the CDC quietly confirms mRNA vaccines do cause heart inflammation, especially in younger males. At the 2021 Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices presented an update on COVID-19 vaccine safety, stating evidence from multiple safety monitoring systems in multiple countries support the finding of an increased risk of myocarditis and pericarditis following mRNA COVID-19 vaccination, resulting in multiple countries deciding to halt vaccination with Moderna Inc.'s COVID-19 shot for younger people because of potential side effects. Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Iceland are all taking action against Moderna COVID-19 vaccines, citing new data on heart inflammation risks. In the meanwhile, I would like to point out that Los Angeles City Council voted to enact a vaccine passport. The passport will be the strictest in the nation, requiring that customers and employees of restaurants, bars, grocery stores, and other establishments be vaccinated to enter. I really am just stunned at this. This is total tyranny, because this means that people cannot go to the grocery store to get their essential needs met. And, I wanted to end this again as a granddaughter of a woman who helped save a Jewish couple by hiding them in her house in Nazi-occupied Holland, having her husband forced on transfer to a Nazi work camp at the barrel of a gun while being left behind with 3 little kids under the age of 5. I will continue to remind this board of the grave injustices that are being perpetrated by our bio-fascist government, who puts, again, private corporate profits above the public health and freedoms of our citizens. And I just pulled up one, if I can pull it up really quick. I believe that Pfizer had a profit of over $300 billion worldwide. And again, I also tried to pull up available COVID vaccines. Comirnaty vaccine, Pfizer Comirnaty, nowhere to be found.
Thank you, Ms. Kestner. That is your time.
We will now go to Zulema Almond, to be followed by Marjorie Newman.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Zulema Aleman, and I'm a community organizer with Cause and a resident of Santa Maria. I am calling in support of the mask mandate and the tireless efforts from public health staff to keep our families, children, neighbors, elderly, and immunocompromised communities safe during this pandemic, despite the minority who choose to ignore science and use threats and intimidation to try to get their way. I strongly urge our board and other elected officials to uplift the work public health staff have done over the past year and 8 months and ensure their safety, as it is the responsibility of the board to do so. Side note, I apologize for my cat who is screaming. I've had the honor to work with farm workers and their families throughout this pandemic and have seen firsthand the positive results of the mandates that Dr. Von Reynoso and her staff have issued to keep our community safe. At the beginning of the pandemic, the farm worker community was one of the communities that was most affected by COVID-19 due to crowded housing conditions and unsafe work practices in the fields, as well as language and immigration status barriers. The public health team has partnered up with dozens of organizations, community resources, and projects and working groups to address those concerns. We are happy to say this collective work minimized case rates, raised vaccination rates, and build trusting relationships between public health and the public. As a partner of public health, we have also seen the department be fair by checking with field leaders and looking at the big picture before enacting any order. For example, when there was an outbreak of COVID-19 in a HOA housing around this time last year, Dr. Dorinoso and her team took the time to carefully assess the situation, hear at all sides, and do extensive research and check with other public health departments, and then enact a health order to protect those in congregate housing based on their findings. Though I wish they had moved faster in this process and enacted an order sooner, I do admire that public health was thorough and careful in their action and ensuring they were advocating for everyone in our community. The public health department does not enact health orders based on their own personal feelings, their personal gains, or their own personal beliefs, and they do not do this in a casual manner. It comes after careful consideration backed by scientific evidence, following the advice of scientists who are leading this work not only in our country, but worldwide. We were able to see this for ourselves today in this presentation. I truly believe that health orders, when they are lifted and put into action, should be left for the professionals, in this case, the public health department. I know Dr. Dorinoso and her team will continue to guide us through this pandemic in safety. Therefore, I urge the board to ensure the safety of the public health team is a priority. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to Marjorie Newman to be followed by Rubayi Estates.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Marjorie Newman. I'm the medical director at Sansom Clinic in Santa Barbara. And I have to echo the comments of the previous speaker. I applaud the public health department and all of the work that Dr. Dorinoso.
Marjorie, can you speak up a little bit? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, certainly. Sorry. Again, just applauding the work of the public health department and all they've done during this pandemic. It's really been a trying time for all of us, patients and also healthcare workers who've been on the front lines like we have at Sansom Clinic. I do have to address the science that was mentioned, that there is no science about masking, which is absolutely not true. Because the virus is transmitted predominantly by inhaling respiratory droplets from infected persons, universal masking does help reduce transmission of virus from one person to another. There are several studies, in fact, published on this on the CDC website. If you want to look up the MMWR, Morbidity and Mortality Weekly, mask mandates were associated with statistically significant decreases in COVID-19 case rates and death rates within 20 days of implementation. And that is what has been done throughout actually this nation as well as throughout the world. When case rates go higher, mask mandates are implemented, and then within 20 days, we start seeing a decrease in viral transmission and death rates. There are several other studies as well, one in Bangladesh with 340,000 people, again, proving that masking decreased transmission and death rates. So again, the science is there, the science is real, and I do applaud the efforts to keep our community safe. It's not only about the individual potentially being uncomfortable wearing a mask, you're protecting others, you're protecting the global community. There are people in Trader Joe's and in the grocery stores who may be immunocompromised. They may have been vaccinated, but still may be not able to mount the immune response. And if somebody is infected and coughs or sneezes in their airspace, you're potentially risking somebody else's life. And I think that's really a minimal discomfort to wear a mask in an indoor public setting or a business to protect others around you. It really seems like a very minimal inconvenience. At our clinic, we have thousands of patient visits per week. Prior to vaccines being implemented, all of our providers were wearing masks, and we mandated all of our patients and anybody in our doors to wear masks. And we know that we have not had any iatrogenic transmission of COVID because of our masking of all of our individuals within our facilities. And so we are going to continue to do that to protect all of our patients and all of our staff and healthcare workers, regardless of vaccine status at this point. The transmission level is too high and too concerning.
Thank you.
We will now go to Rubayi Estates to be followed by Dr. Amy Smith.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh. Hello, my name is Rubayi Estes. I am here to speak in support of the public health mask mandate. As an evaluator, it has been difficult to listen to some of the iterations of data presented as part of the public comment period over this last year. We are fortunate to have the data scientists, the epidemiologists, the community health workers in our county in public, private, nonprofit, and individual capacities. This allows us to inform policy and also pivot and respond to changes in health outcomes or human behavior. This is the crux of good policy in making the difficult, and it is a difficult task, but everyone takes it seriously, especially here in Santa Barbara County Public Health Department. Due to the rampant spread of COVID-19 and the numbers of lives lost, critical care needs, illness, recovery, and vaccination, and for how long it has occurred, we are able to gather good, big data. How much more data is enough? And I really appreciate people being able to provide immediate responses to the questions that have come up recently. And what is the cost are we willing to endure to give more data at this point? What matters here are the large sets of information that are paralleled across communities, gathered over long periods, over 7 quarters, nearly 2 years, and the different conditions they've occurred in, such as surges, weather, urban design, transportation, etc. One may argue one outlier, but you cannot argue patterns over time and successful outcomes in multiple communities, in multiple conditions that have worked over and over again. Our public health department scrutinizes the local data and makes recommendations based on those findings. They're designed to be time limited, with specific criteria to initiate, mandate, and good policy, and to lift mandates and change policy in a very transparent fashion. Therefore, it would be negligent and immoral on our parts to not adopt staff recommendations on masking and the health officer orders as they have been put out. If we need to get out of this pandemic state, as somebody just said before, we need to leave it up to the professionals. I commend you for supporting staff, and I truly feel fortunate to live in a county under the purview of this public health leadership. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now go to Dr. Amy Smith, to be followed by Justin Shores.
Thank you. It's concerning that it doesn't seem to be that people really understand how science works, that just because you have large groups of data doesn't mean you can make conclusions with multifactorial situations. That's why huge corporations that like to hide their harm of their products, like the tobacco industry, they like to have epidemiological, broad, surveillance data, but not actually do controlled studies. And that is exactly the problem with the vaccine, claiming that the vaccine is being protective when we are not monitoring in a balanced way, as has been brought up many times and is ignored, unfortunately, by our health department that is serving as an instrument of propaganda for corporations and their products. That is the same reason that the health department ignores treatments that are protective and preventative of hospitalization for someone unfortunate enough to contract this disease. Why are these known remedies that are being used widely throughout the world and protecting thousands and thousands of lives not being trumpeted from the rooftops as much as they say, get your vaccine, get your vaccine? The vaccine with a brand new mRNA technology or DNA technology that has no long-term testing, is not known what the impact will be on fertility of children growing up, is not known about autoimmune disease, neurological degeneration. The incidence of myocarditis and pericarditis alone in children and young people is enough to make more than 13,000 doctors sign a declaration against mandating COVID injections in children. Please go see doctorsandscientistsdeclaration.org to read more. Dr. Toby Rogers estimates that 117 kids will be killed by COVID injections for every one saved from a COVID death. And remember, that is when there are safe and effective treatments that have well-known safety profiles that are being discouraged from use, such as ivermectin, which no, is not a horse paste, Supervisor Hartman, is actually a human medicine that got someone a Nobel Prize for figuring out this was very helpful to humans. This kind of disparagement of an effective treatment that has been used in treating this disease is propaganda, and that is irresponsible, and in this case, actually deadly, and causes lives to be lost, and shameful. And the health department should be having oversight exercised over it to make sure that it is not cherry picking and only highlighting profitable products for very large multinational corporations, which is unfortunately what seems to be happening. And I'm sorry, I'm very upset, but when children's lives hang in the balance, and I've already heard of 2 people in our community that are children that have suffered from, passing out one diagnosed with a heart condition from a vaccine, according to their doctor. It is very, very upsetting that people just go along and only listen to certain sources and ignore all the concerns. That is called propaganda. That is not science. Sansom Clinic is a huge problem in promoting vaccine propaganda all along. So it is not surprising that they would participate in this.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Pleasure time.
We will now go to Justin Shores to be followed by Amy Blair. Justin?
Thank you. I just want to call out party politics and realize that that's why we're here at this point is pretty much the federal government pushing down mandates on to all the local governments and all the people that are beholden to them. All the Democrats essentially that are endorsed by the party have to carry the water of the party, have to do exactly what they're told. I wish that we would look outside of California at the places that are doing things right and not at Los Angeles County, who Reynoso just said they're raising in cases. So they're doing something wrong. Why aren't we looking at places they're doing things right? There's places that are going to zero right now in case rates. Why aren't we looking at them? You have no credibility, Reynoso, if you're not looking at these other places that are doing the right things. You're looking at California and you've done it the whole time. My mother got COVID. She was sent home. She's obese and she's diabetic. She was sent home to die in this state because of people like you refusing to look at other treatments and calling people like me liars who studied it, who looked around and saw, hey, there's other treatments. But you and people in California need to stop. You need to look at the whole picture. This is not about party politics. Guess what? Your party has a very low approval right now. Biden's at 38%. Kamala's at 28%. That's because of the policy. California case rate right now is 2 times that of Florida. That matters because that's the metric that Gavin Newsom used to justify these mandates. Guess what? It's not working. This is 18 months, 20 months in now, you guys. You're doing something wrong. It's obvious, and it's because of the things you're not saying, not the things you're saying. The #1 diver in the world just got myocarditis. So we have sports stars, soccer stars, hockey stars just falling over and dying. Wake up, okay? This is people's lives. Stop carrying water for the Democratic Party and Joe Biden. You cannot save him anymore. America does not like it. We are rejecting this.
Thank you, Mr. Shore.
We will now go to Amy Blair to be followed by Matthew Stresbeck.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
I just want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors, Bob Nelson and Steve Lavagnino and Joan. I think you guys all had some valid questions regarding the data that Van der Maldonado presented before. Those were all critical thinking questions. And yet every single one of our answers were extremely vague and just said, oh yeah, we need to have those conversations. And that is disappointing. I think that you are using percentages and statistics to lie and to propagate fear. And that's very upsetting. There is a storm of information out there. Just this past weekend, there was a COVID summit in Florida where epidemiologists, virologists, pathologists, like every expert spoke for several hours. And I did send each and every one of you a 15-minute clip so you could learn about all the other treatments that are actually working. And that now that they're saying the CDC has announced that you can still transmit COVID by being fully vaccinated. So knowing that you can still transmit the disease by being vaccinated, I have to ask you this question. What is the purpose of the vaccine and and forcing others to get it? Is it to stop the spread? Because as the article says, it's not possible because the vaccine. Countries in Singapore and Israel that are majorly fully vaccinated are still experiencing high cases. Is it to reduce hospitalizations? We already know from history that millions of people already had COVID and were asymptomatic and had mild cases. Is it to reduce death? We already know the death rate is already 0.1%, and data is showing that people are still dying from COVID. with the vaccination. So please help me understand the purpose of getting the vaccine, and furthermore, mandating the vaccine, knowing that these are all truths, and just knowing that there are more side effects and deaths in 2021 from this new technology, mRNA injection, compared to the numbers of side effects and deaths from all the vaccines in the last 30 years combined. And this being said, is your goal to improve the health of the community, or is your goal simply to push an experimental product? What is your intention? I assume your intention is good. I just can't help but think your approach is coming from unsuccessful protocols. Just now, today, I was walking downtown and I saw this man who is probably 25 wearing a mask all alone by himself outside, probably because he was scared of catching COVID. Meanwhile, he had 3 bottles of Coca-Cola, 2 bags of Cheetos in his grocery, and he's walking around thinking he's like gonna help himself. Why aren't we promoting actual health information to prevent you from getting COVID and make your dis-ease actually better, instead of just sending home people to die and forcing them to get a vaccine? None of this makes sense. I think everybody's understanding the nonsensical climate right now. And if you guys really want to have a fair protest amongst all these people living in
Thank you,
fear.
ma'am. Thank you, Amy. That is your time.
We will now go to Matthew Strezpeck, to be followed by Terry Strickland.
Hi, good afternoon. I have come here to this meeting again today to reason with you one more time regarding the fact that many of us in this community are being denied access to grocery stores and restaurants and the county MTD bus. Parents of children are telling me that their children are coming home anxious and traumatized by being forced to wear a mask for 8 or more hours a day. And regarding the transportation in the county, this is a clear violation of our First Amendment right to free assembly. Your mask mandate, county supervisors, which is yours now, you own it, you are denying us full participation in this society. How are we to remain healthy if we can't access grocery stores and buy the healthy food and water we need to stay healthy? Greg Hart can dismiss us as he did last week, but our numbers are growing exponentially. Your support, on the other hand, is dwindling. And Henning Ansorg went to the press after last week's meeting and seemed to suggest that people in this county will be wearing masks for years to come. This is unacceptable. You have given over your power to these 2 doctors, one of whom doesn't even have a medical degree, and yet she thinks she has the authority to lock us in our homes, tell us to stand 6 feet apart from other human beings, restrict our breathing, and now people want to have vaccine passports to get into different places in this county. This is insanity, and it must end. And we're going to begin litigating and doing injunctions and possibly even citizens arrests, which is our right as Californians. And Sheriff Bill Brown has to honor that right. And Bob Nelson, you know, I came to you a while back and I encouraged you to pull the 2 doctors aside and try to reason with them. Here we are 20 months later, 20 months. And not only has the situation remained the same, but it's gotten worse. And now Los Angeles and San Francisco have vaccine passports. This must end. And I ask you today, Bob Nelson, to please speak to this community that's been torn apart. The fabric of this community has been torn apart by these mandates. And I'd like you to tell the people whether or not this board is prepared to ban face masks countywide, and whether or not this board is prepared to ban vaccine passports countywide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I believe it is imperative that we answer implicit threats of violence, such as the last speaker continues to enunciate, with we are freedom-loving people as well. And no person here on this board, and definitely not Vaughn, is going to go quietly if some stranger comes up and attempts to kidnap them, whether they call it a citizen's arrest or not. And so a citizen's arrest is an obvious and thinly veiled threat of violence. And If somebody that supports my political ends threatens violence against one of my colleagues, that would be shameful. And it would be shameful for me to condone that. And yet public speaker after public speaker continues to condone Matthew's threat of citizen's arrest, which is really a threat of kidnapping by force. And that is despicable.
Next speaker.
We will now go to Terry Strickland to be followed by David Fisk, who is our final speaker. Terry. And Terry, I do see that you are on the phone, so you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. I have unmuted you on this end. Again, you may need to hit *6 to unmute yourself. Terry will come back to you next. We will now go to David Fisk to be followed by Terry. Oh, Terry, I see you are
Am I
unmuted.
muted now?
Yes, please proceed with your comments. Thank
Thank
you.
you. So that sounded like a Brown Act violation to me. If that was Supervisor Hart, I can't, I'm listening, I'm not watching, but the public is free to speak. And I don't think a citizen's arrest comment should get anybody that riled up. Anyway, I'd like to recommend to anybody listening today to go to globalcovidsummit.org. As Amy Blair mentioned, this summit was held last Saturday in Florida, and it is well worth your time to watch. 13,000 doctors all agree and have signed a declaration stating, number one, do not vaccinate your children. Number two, people with natural immunity should have no restrictions on them. And three, government should immediately cease telling doctors how to treat their patients. These 13,000 doctors who have signed this declaration are not conspiracy theorists. They are world-renowned physicians. They have nothing to gain and much to lose by going public. They've spoken extensively about treatments for COVID that you won't hear from government agencies, their doctors, or the mainstream media. If you or a loved one has COVID, please see their recommendations. 80% of COVID patients in the hospital we know in the UK are vaccinated. The number in Israel is at least that high, if not higher. Please quit saying the unvaccinated are the problem. 2,000 flight attendants have filed suit against the major airlines due to vax mandates and adverse reactions. There will be thousands of these lawsuits, and counties will be among those sued, even if they are just following the guidelines of the state. The front page of the San Maria Times today has an article about vaccinating our kids. The school principal said, I quote, the school was determined to keep students safe from COVID, but also because current guidelines require any unvaccinated, symptomatic students must be sent home for several days. If they are vaccinated, they don't have to go home, end quote. So vaccinated kids with symptoms will still be allowed in school? How can that be when we all know you can get COVID and transmit COVID even if you're vaccinated? Sounds to me like people making the rules don't want COVID to go away. I don't quite understand that. What I would like to know from the board, these questions, answers to these. When will your county health doctors start including natural immunity into their reports? This cannot be ignored any longer. And yet still today, it's ignored. Number two, explain why California has nearly 5,000 new cases yesterday, 47 deaths. Florida, which is wide open, had 269 new cases and 0 deaths. The supervisors have asked some good questions today, but you have to keep asking. Supervisor Lavanino asked, when will this end? My opinion, even if we were 100% vaccinated, at 100% vaccination rate, these mandates aren't going away.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland.
So please go to.
We will now go to David Fisk, who is our final speaker on this item.
Hi, good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for having the meeting today and appreciate the chance to comment. I'm an infectious disease physician at Sansom Clinic, and I've been involved in the response and care for COVID-infected individuals since the start of the pandemic. I want to comment and offer my strong support for extending the county mask mandate because this is one of the most important tools in our toolbox to fight the COVID epidemic and pandemic that's striking our community and making so many people deathly ill. There is extensive peer-reviewed evidence in the literature supporting mask use, showing 70% reductions to 70 to 79% risk reductions in transmission and acquisition of COVID. And the real world settings, there's also extensive laboratory studies showing the reduction in aerosol dispersion from individuals who are infected and wearing masks, so thereby presenting source control and reduction of risk to those that are around them. There's also extensive real world studies published in journals such as MMWR, looking at communities that had mask mandates in effect versus those that did not have mask mandates in effect, and studying the rates of pediatric COVID infection, documented pediatric COVID infection, after these communities returned to school. And they found that the rate of increase in COVID in the communities that did not have a mask mandate was more than twice the rate of increase in COVID for communities that had a mask mandate after these communities returned to school. And the importance of preventing COVID in children cannot be overstated, because obviously the illness, acute illness itself is so terrible, but the late effects of long COVID in children and dangerous inflammatory syndromes such as MIS-C that arise in children after COVID infection are critical illnesses. Furthermore, if we look at evidence from our own community about masking and mask reduction, mask wearing, we saw our healthcare community protected by masks before we had vaccines. And almost all healthcare workers that acquired COVID in this community before we had vaccines available to protect us acquired it at times when they were not in the workplace and not masked. So they were acquiring it at home or out in social gatherings, as opposed to in the workplace where they were exposed regularly. There were very few cases of COVID acquisition. I would close by saying the timing is bad to eliminate a mask mandate now, because vaccine protection is waning in people who have not received their booster vaccine. So the risk of them spreading the virus goes up, and actually them getting sick goes up. We are seeing occasional breakthrough cases of COVID in vaccinated individuals, and we know they can transmit the virus. If you are vaccinated, your risk of death goes down by over 90%, but still, if you are vaccinated and do acquire COVID, you can transmit it. So masking remains important in that population of people.
Thank you, Dr. Fisk. That is your time.
And that was our final speaker.
All right, back to the board. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, and I appreciate everybody that spoke. I don't obviously agree with everybody, but that's what public comment's all about. So the one thing that I did hear that I thought really made a lot of sense was, and it was something I had asked last week, and if Dr. Reynoso's still around, it's the question about natural immunity. And even for somebody like myself that's had COVID and has been vaccinated after I got COVID, it wasn't a breakthrough, but I mean, I had it and then I was vaccinated and I'm looking to get the booster. But what about those people that have had it? I mean, what's their protection as opposed to somebody that's been vaccinated?
We know that there have been several studies that published saying that if you've had it through an infection, you do have immunity. However, the amount of antibodies that in a natural infection appears to be lower than those with a acquired immunity through vaccination. But the best is the highest has been shown to be those who've been infected, gotten their vaccination shot, demonstrate a highest level of immunity. I think that the work, the research is still ongoing. We have not shared that data with your board because we don't have that data to share with your board. The percent of natural immunity, we don't know the level of immunity from the natural infection or how long it will last. So what we do have is the data from those who have gotten their vaccines.
Okay, but, and I appreciate that, but I do think it is something that somehow we've got to focus on, because with the reality is, and I think we've shown this, that no matter how much we push, cajole, mandate, you're only going to get 80% of the people to follow suit. So there's always going to be that 20% out there. And out of that 20%, it reasons that there's a pretty high percentage of those, because of the activities that they've decided to go with, have just opened themselves up to possibly getting COVID at a higher rate than anybody else. So between the two of those, it just seems like between vaccinated and people that have a natural immunity, that we would be at a substantially closer to 100%. So however we're able to track that, if we're able to track that, is something I'm very interested in. And I would like to see staff kind of try to figure out a way. And I don't know how other people are doing it, but if you could look into that, I think that's something we should weave into our reports in the future.
Thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Yeah, as far as the natural immunity goes, it might be interesting to look at those who've gotten COVID twice as a way to look at that versus those who have had the vaccine and then got COVID. So, I mean, it seems I've heard of quite a few more breakthrough cases than twice cases. So it does, even though there might not be as many antibodies as acquired immunity through the vaccine, it does seem to suggest that it may be more powerful holistically to have previously had COVID on having a severe reaction. So anyway, any other comments or questions from the board? All right, Supervisor Williams.
There was a couple of questions that, one was about Carpinteria. There's 2 zip codes in Carpinteria, only one, the smaller zip code, has everyone that is over the age of 12 vaccinated. The larger zip code that is in Carpinteria does not, though we're approaching 80%. So that's pretty good. And people ask, what's the reason? Well, the reason is pretty illustrative of why vaccination is important. It's pretty clear on slide 4. Our case rate for vaccinated individuals is 3.3. Our case rate for unvaccinated individuals is 18.3. It illustrates one of the clearest things, whether it's a mask mandate or other restrictions. The best way we can get out of all of this is to get more people vaccinated.
Right. Thank you, Supervisor Williams. Can I get a motion to receive and file?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. CO Miyasato.
Chair Nelson and board members, I do want to make an announcement. This came to our attention just as some of you saw on your phones just recently. We do have a 911 outage right now throughout Santa Barbara County. It's a 911 outage. And this outage is preventing calls from reaching our public safety dispatch centers throughout Santa Barbara County, our cities as well as our sheriff. It's unknown when the phone companies will be able to repair this issue. This is an issue with the phone companies and trying to understand why it's not getting to our dispatch center. So in the event of an emergency, the number to call is 805-683-2724, 805-683-2724. Because that number is not going to be readily remembered by everyone, they can go to readysbc.org, readysbc.org. And if you have signed up for alerts, you should have gotten that alert on your phone. I think our fire and sheriff are planning to potentially send out a WIA, which is the kind of audible alert that you get when there is an emergency, just to make sure everyone is aware of the phone number to call. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll go ahead and adjourn today's meeting. And our next meeting is on November the 16th in Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.